veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. Man, I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. Man, I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, 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 la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh. 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make.
Yes, good people, big up to all of you. I appreciate you all finding the time to join me this particular morning. It's 5:14 a.m. for me. Thank you for all the support, and we're getting closer and closer to 22,000 subscribers. I do hope you're all doing well, more importantly, and today we'll talk about a comment reflective of how the new owners, how Chelsea owners feel about the new manager, and then we'll talk about Chelsea's interest in Patrick Dorgu, and we'll also talk about Conor Gallagher's potential move to Atletico Madrid. The truth is there aren't too many news items and Chelsea-related news items to talk, but we'll talk about what we have, and then we'll get to lineup building exercise where we try to pick Enzo Maresca's strongest 11 given the players we currently have. It's not going to be easy, especially the goalkeeping department. I know the people's opinion, but we will do what we do. We will involve those of you in the chat. So my point is probably we'll end up building people's lineup, not really Enzo Maresca's strongest 11. But that's, by the way, let me say hello to those of you in the chat. As usual, because we keep it interactive here. And please, if you can do me a favor, try and keep the topics aligned so that we're not switching from topics one topic to the other, just like this. As much as I like to interact with you, I'm a human being. Doing that would just tire me before we get to the end of the show. And the first item here talks about, hello to you too. Chelsea, nice to see you. It's been a minute. And my bro, Jude Oladipo Mesole, nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show today. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. And thank you so much. And we have my bro, Nee Zion from Blue Clouds Media saying good morning. And everyone out there, let's make today a better day. Drop your like and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have a total of 48 people watching, 16 of those on YouTube, the rest on X. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Nee, for joining. And please, yes, my big up. Nee, people, go and subscribe to my bro's YouTube channel. The link is there. Nee Zion's YouTube channel. Let's help him get to 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. I know we can. And big up to Big. Nice to see you, Tabeo. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Big up to Nee. Yep. Sorry. Okay. To bring fire on your channel. No worries. More likes, people. More likes. I appreciate you all. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Anything else here to address before we start addressing the items we have lined up without wasting much of your time? And go and check out Tubeho's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe. Let's help him get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. He's made great progress. And I sincerely do appreciate that. Big up to you too. There we have Jay, the 2 a.m. guy, Jay, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Yes, people, keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. What else do we have here? And we have Faroum. Uh, 1 second here. We have Faroum Maximed. Is that Faroum? Is that Mohammed? He changed to Maximed, but whatever it is, talk about Petrovic. He deserves staying. We'll talk about him in a bit. I haven't heard anything that made me believe that the club really do want to sell him. Again, that's my opinion. I don't think the club wants to sell him. But let's see what else do we have here. Gungbechinaga, big up to you too. IB is in the house. IB, nice to see you. And then Rich Money Mekos. Rich Money Maker, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Big up Legend on the panel, and might be getting rid of Marlon Sarr. I think you could argue he's gone already for to believe the reports out there. I repeat, only forward info from trusted sources. I trust you. So, but thank you. I'd be big up to you. I hope you're doing well. Chelsea will be fine. We'll be off to the US. Yep. Rich Money Makers, that's the way saying hello to you. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. And the captain of the house, Constantine Dunn. Big up, bro. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. What else do we have here? Yep, that's your ID right there, and I appreciate that. And Chelsea also, thank you for finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Before we do anything else, today is Mark Cucurella's birthday. He's my boy, and I didn't even know until I saw the post from Tobejo, and I appreciate Cucurella, but even if I don't, well, we should celebrate him. So let's celebrate Cucurella's birthday. Happy birthday to Mark Cucurella. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, here's the thing. Fresh week, new flame. Happy birthday to Cucurella. Yep, thank you so much for saying that. Could sing the Cucurella song. If I knew how to sing that song, I'd sing it. Uh, but I don't, unfortunately. Yes, people keep dropping the likes on the stream. People, the likes do go a long way. Euro champions, and here saying, yes, Cucurella. I sing my Cucurella song. I don't know the song really. If I don't know if I do have to sing it. I'm not lying here. Um, what else do we have? Yeah, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along with. Sincerely do appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna go like this. So if anything new emerges from Vince's page, would look at them. We're gonna start from this guy here. Okay, this one right here. Give me 1 second. Yes, people, let's do it. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. We're not a big account yet, so that's why we're still begging for likes. And we will continue doing that for a while. I have Dante in the house, my bro. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. So let's get started immediately. Here it looks like Kieran Trippier appears to be playing a pivotal role in swaying Conor Gallagher's intentions. He's doing us a little bit of favor here, trying to convince Gallagher to go to Atletico Madrid because he played for them. I don't know how many seasons, but he joined them from Tottenham, and I think he did well for them. Diario, is that Diario or Diario? Maybe Diario has have reported that the Newcastle fullback has given Gallagher the lowdown on life in Madrid and has also recommended working under manager Diego Simeone. As you said here before, irrespective of what you think of Gallagher, I think he is the Diego Simeone. It's a perfect type of number midfielder, in my opinion. The energy, I think he's not going to regret it. He's probably going to be playing week in, week out if he goes there. But that's it. Big up to you. Your signal is showing red. I hope it works. It's still baffling. I don't I don't want to slate you in front of the public here, but your connection is poor. It's come back right now. But that's a big up to you. I don't know. Probably afternoon for you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Your thoughts? Do you think Gallagher ends up joining Atletico Madrid, or do you think he stays in England? And if he stays in England, I'd say that he probably wouldn't care whether he joins Tottenham or not, or whether he joins a London rival, in my opinion. I don't care where he ends up, and I have to be honest. And Chelsea saying Gallagher at Atletico Madrid will suit his playing style and will be the manager's favorite, in my opinion. Yeah, happy birthday to Cucurella. We are waiting for his song launch in Ghana with Chelsea fans. Okay, good to hear from you, Michael Arthur. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. So Dante, let's hear your thoughts on the Conor Gallagher situation. Do you think he joins Atletico Madrid, or do you think he remains in England?
Yeah, big up, coach.
Big up to you too, bro. Big up.
Yeah, back is a bit low. It won't cut out this time. This week, unfortunately, while they're working on the broadband here in Australia, I'm praying this goes through. Be the last we hear of Gallagher, hopefully. Hopefully he does go there. We get good money for him. But also, personally, I think it's a great move.
For
like
him,
you say, Simone is going to use him. And, hey, he gets to go to Spain. Beautiful weather, great lifestyle. Yeah, I think a change for him is good, and it'll suit him perfectly. And especially if Maresca is not sold on him and will too often start him, I think it'll be smart for him to just move on and look after himself. But obviously, it helps Chelsea as well because we get a good fee for him. And of the Gallagher reign, it'll be over.
And let's not forget the risk of him leaving as a free agent. Then that would be a huge L for the club. I don't think the club would want that.
The finances involved, obviously. If he's doesn't accept a new contract, apparently it's on the table. The contract is on the table, but he hasn't signed it. You're happy with the amount or something in the contract. So, look. Like I said, I think it's best for all parties if he just leaves, because I do not personally think, in my opinion, I don't think he will play as much. I don't think he'll be a starter. Look, injuries, of course, he can probably start injuries in every rotation and maybe some games, of course. But I don't think he'll be one of the first on the team sheet, one of the first names on the team sheet, in my opinion. If he's looking after to be something like that, he probably needs to move on. Otherwise, look. Fee, I still love him as a squad player. I think he's a great player to have in the squad. Obviously, he's Chelsea through and through. Great defensive player. Perfect player to bring on if we're winning by a couple of goals or even a goal and we need to close out the game. You throw him on. You take like Enzo off or someone that's less defensive, and you put him on. He's the perfect for that. But if he's going to accept that, that's fine. If it doesn't, then it's probably best to move on. So look,
let's be honest here. Let me ask you this: do you think the club would want to keep him?
There is a contract on the table, so that's a yes. But that contract, we don't know how much it is.
You could say it's been there for a while at the time because Pochettino was the manager. Maybe I think if the club decides to keep him right now, irrespective of whether the manager, if the club gives him another contract and are open to him signing a new contract, I think it'd be because they just want him to have a longer contract and get the size of the fee from his sale.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
We don't need to sell right now, according to what we've been told. Financially, we're fine. But go ahead with what you're saying.
Yeah, we don't need to sell, but it would be great if we can get 40 to 50 million. That really us in obviously PSR and obviously to sign more, maybe another, because we're still looking at a couple of players. So that could help us put a bit more on top, or if not, a lot more on top in January. So look, it's going to help us obviously if we do sell him for that amount. I do not see the Atletico Madrid paying that type of money. I do not see them paying more than, like, we want 50 million for him. I do not see them paying 50 million for Conor Gallagher. I do not see them paying 40 million for Conor Gallagher. So it's all good and that, he's Atletico Madrid interested and he'll be happy, but the fee might be a problem. What do you think about would be for him a fair fee?
I'm going to say this. If anything, the most important, one of the things I've learned from the way the new owners operate is that once they put a price on a certain player, they don't reduce their asking price. They say that you pay it or you forget it. We've seen that from the case of Kai Havertz and Mason Mount. When the initial offers came in, people were screaming, "Take it and run! Take it and run!" They didn't budge. So if they want 50, right now I don't know how much they're asking for Conor Gallagher. If they want 50, they'd get 50. And I think there are, if not Atletico Madrid, there are most definitely, in my opinion, English clubs that be willing to pay that much money to get Conor Gallagher. But then again, that's my opinion. And here, the coolest is saying Conor Gallagher fits into the Diego Simone system, but I would like the club to keep him for rotation if he agrees, or should I say, he should fight for his position. Good way to put it. Even if you want the club to keep him, would Gallagher want to stay and be a big part player and be a squad player? I don't see that happening. He's tasted what it feels like to represent his country, and he knows if he's not playing week in, week out, he's not going to get an England call-up. And he's still young. He's not at the age where you say he just take the money and sit on the bench. So to me, I'd say yesterday I said 90 to 10% him leaning towards him leaving. I'm going to say 95 right now, and I'm serious about that. Keep the topics aligned. Otherwise, I'm going to skip your comment and feel like you're having a good conversation with someone in the chat. Let's develop that culture to make it easier on the panelists. I know Dante will say, let's see. He doesn't like him. And Ty is in the house. Ty, I hope things have settled very well for you guys over there after the hurricane or tornado. I can't remember which one it was. But thank goodness you're safe. And I think I did ask you a few days ago, and you told me that the power supply is back. But more importantly, nice to see you. Yep, Constantine Dante loves Gallagher. Yep, say that. You say that again. It's Dante. I want to be wow, because of the languages they're using there. Okay. Let's see anything else to address here on Conor Gallagher. Otherwise, I'm moving down. Yes, people keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes that do go a long way. We're not a big account yet, so we'll continue to beg for likes. We're getting closer and closer to 22,000 subscribers right now. We're at 21,474 subscribers. And then it's not helping that we're not making a lot of YouTube shots because not too many stuff to talk about out there. More likes, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. And for those of you that are watching, but for one reason or the other, you're not able to participate in the chat, just know that we appreciate you. And that's because you watching alone does go a long way. But we want to ask you for one favor, one tiny bitty favor, which is to take a second and drop a like on the stream for us. Because the more likes we garner, the more the YouTube algorithm will be triggered and be forced to push the stream to more people who'll be interested in the topics we have lined up here. And Fahim, Fami, is that Femi? Should I pronounce Femi or Fami? Abdurrahman says, good morning to you. To Gallagher is not suited position of play. Okay. Wow. He cannot keep the ball under pressure. He wants it to go for free, and do not blame him looking after himself. I'm not going to do that. I don't do that. I don't blame players for leaving for free, but usually I want people on time. Again, I then let them know once he realizes he could get a lot of money for leaving as a free agent, it'd be difficult to get him to sign a new contract. Well, let's see what happens here. Let's see Humphrey Kaliki watching from Zambia. Mr. Kaliki, thank you so much for joining us, and I appreciate you saying where you're following the show from. If we keep Gallagher, he needs it to be converted to a 6 or number 8. Okay, whether the manager does that, we'd find out. Gallagher fits Atletico Madrid like coach of fits H place. Wow. I'm not sure what I'm going to tell you. You know, I'm not. I've never been. I'm not part of the H place, and will never ever be part of the H place. I'm sure you have enough people in there, and do not need me, and I'm not willing to come. Jude is saying, please, coach, help me celebrate my immediate older brothers, Oladimeji Evans Mesole, aka Coach. Wow, his name is Coach Jude. Today is his birthday. I am grateful to God. We almost lost him a few years ago. Thank God he's alive. Wow. Wow. Let's celebrate your brother with you. And his name is Oladimeji. Um, Oladimeji, isn't it names in Yoruba land given to twins? Is your brother correct me if I'm wrong. I don't speak Yoruba. But there are a few things when I see them, I do remember what they mean. But let's celebrate Oladimeji. Give me 1 second here. And thank you for letting us know. That's why again we're family here. And Oladimeji, if you're watching, Oladimeji Evans Mesole, aka Coach, is older brother of a member of the community here in Jude Mesola, the CEO of Chelsea FC Jingles. So, Oladimeji, happy birthday to you. We celebrate you. Here's the balloons, the fireworks coming soon. Yes, Oladimeji, if you're watching, happy birthday once again to you. We appreciate you and thank you again. Your brother is a wonderful person. From being a fellow content creator to a brother, now we do call each other, and I appreciate you. I appreciate him. So thanks to you also. But more importantly, happy birthday to you, Oladimeji. Let's not take that away from you. So yeah, people keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go along with the next item. TC is in the house. Hi to you too, TC. I appreciate you joining. Conor Gallagher must stay. Wow, that's a fight. Let's see if that happens. Do a player swap with Atletico Madrid for Gallagher. I like their goalkeeper. He's not the sort of goalkeeper that would do well under our current manager. Yep, I know you're talking about Jan Oblak. Yep, Jan Oblak is in that player. Big up to you too. Good morning. With the way Maresca plays, Gallagher will not suit the system. Maresca wants a midfielder that suits the positional possession-based football. Gallagher cannot do that. I can take my time to explain to you how if the manager wants to make use of his industry, his energy, his can I explain to you how he can make that work. But that's by the way, big up to you to Mabas05, my Iraqi bro. I appreciate you. Dante is Gallagher's fanboy. Yep, he loves him, right? We all know that. Anything else to address here? Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. I think I did see something to the effect of Coach speaks only Igbo. No, I speak Igbo, I speak Hausa, I don't speak Yoruba. But I speak Igbo and Hausa because I grew up in northern Nigeria. Everyone in my family speaks Hausa except my mom, and yeah, just my mom. All she can say is Haba, and that's it. Gallagher for profit. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to him for stepping up and helping us a lot last season. If he goes through, he is one blue. I will forever respect. Chelsea should milk Atletico Madrid as they do to others. I think we'll be lucky. We've been lucky with players who signed from them. We didn't pay that much for instance, the left back. What's his name? We didn't pay that much for Diego Costa. We didn't pay that much. And when they came to buy him from us, they paid twice as much as we paid them when we bought Diego Costa from them. That's the irony. The whole thing is, yeah. Let's see. Gallagher for profit. I'm not gonna get into that debate with you, bro. That is because we had Ken. We wanted him to sign a new contract, but he was again. I can't quite remember what was said at the time. Whether he was waiting till after the Euros or maybe to see who's going to be the next man. I'm not sure, but That's by the way. Why is everyone always coming for the captain? Respect the captain, damn it. I know. And you don't even, if you're serious about calling the individual in question captain, say his name. If you guys don't like the stream, the Chelsea will continue on signing 15-year-olds. My boss don't do that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this particular morning. We have 34 likes and we have a total of 74 people watching, 26 of those on YouTube, the rest on X. And if you're following the show on X, please kindly do us a favor. Take a second and drop a like on the stream for us. The likes do go a long way. And also follow our X account. We'd really appreciate that. The contract on the table is not to keep him, it's to get more bargaining power. If they want to keep him, he would be on the market in the first place. I think chances are he gets to leave as a free agent. That is if he's not worried about getting a chance to represent England again. If he's worried about that, then he'd look to leave. If that's not a concern for him, then he would want to show the club that he can actually leave on his own terms and get to leave as a free agent. As I said, I don't speak just Igbo. I do speak Hausa very well, but that's not what we're here to discuss. Kashmir, is it Kashmir or Kashmir experience? Good afternoon to you too, friends. Gallagher is a good player, but now we don't have another option to see him. Yeah, I think he's gonna leave. No, it's not working. Big up to you. To greetings to everyone. Lua Rankin me Dio. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. I hope you're doing well, brother. Did you flip your name? I think usually Tamidayo usually comes first, but maybe I've been flipping it myself. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or maybe you're using another account. But yeah, Gallagher is worth £50 million. If Madrid, if Atletico Madrid is not paying that, I would rather sell him cheaper to another English club. But he fits Simone's rugby style. So you'd rather sell him cheaper to an English club? Wow, that is some comment right there. Let's see what else we have here. I have 3 followers on Twitter, and thanks to everyone. You can also always share the link to your Twitter account so people can go follow you. You want him to stay? Matthew Osei Tutu. That's a Nigerian name. Want him to stay. Let's see if that happens. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all once again. And Vic El Capitano, Constantin Dunn. Respect to the man. Big man, Mabas, anything else okay, nothing else. I'm gonna go straight to the very bottom and then we'll start to get all the items we have lined up. This is my second account. Okay, my other phone is down. Okay, understood. If I trust that, then I will make it a moderator again. I'm gonna go back to Dante. Dante, anything else you want to say about Conor Gallagher report, or should we move on?
Move on.
Okay, I have no response to those,
so we don't have to worry about Conor Gallagher anymore.
You don't want to talk about him anymore?
No, I'm over Gallagher. It's gonna drag. We don't hear any more Gallagher stuff. And some of the Chelsea fans, the Minerals, they can have a nice big protest outside the stadium. Because that's going to happen. There's going to be a meltdown.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
There's going to be a bit of a meltdown if he gets sold. You can imagine some of the fans and on X and Minerals, and there's going to be a bit of a meltdown if he gets sold. And yeah, it's probably smart for him to, if he does get sold, probably not to Tottenham, probably just go to Atletico Madrid. That'll be probably ideal. So he's not in the English league. So yeah, hopefully Atletico Madrid pays the money and he moves on.
And here's how it works. If he moves on, if he does well, yeah, a lot of questions. If he doesn't do well, then you hear a lot of people saying, wow, we were smart to have cashed in and all that nonsense. But I think he does well, especially if he joins Atletico Madrid and plays on that.
When you say doing well, coach, what do you mean by doing well?
I'm not gonna get into that. You just have to leave me alone and handle your itch
What
life
is doing
alone.
well? What does doing well mean? Winning the Ballon
Succeeding,
d'Or? Or?
succeeding, starting week in week out becomes a pivotal part of Diego Simone's cog. It's as simple as that. I think he does
Succeeding, but what? Just starting every game, that's success, or
and doing well also and playing well.
oh, okay. So scoring
Yeah,
goals, assisting, or what do
yeah,
you mean exactly?
all those things he can do that. He finished the season, and irrespective of what you think of Conor Gallagher, he finished the season as one of with one of our top assist machines. For lack of a better language, there he did
Assist
well.
machine. Okay.
Yeah, if you like, I don't know how else to phrase it. If you like, you say, yeah, maybe the bar is low. Yeah, if that's the case, but still, you cannot deny the fact that he finished the season as one of our best players.
No, he
And
did. He
I
finished.
think he's number 3 in terms of assist at Chelsea last season, around
Yes,
that
playing
number.
in the number 10 role where it
But
requires
but
one
I'm
of his.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
but you can't. The truth remains, he finished the season as one of our best players.
Coach,
The
you know how I
argument
feel.
may
It's not
well
his
be that
fault.
the bar was so low. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, it's not his fault. You know my point. It's not his fault. It was the coach's fault where he played him. So it wasn't his
Hmm.
fault. It was our ex's fault. But
Hmm.
still, he's not that type of player. He's not up to that caliber. So yeah, look, if he stays, that's all. I'm happy with him staying. I don't mind if he stays. If the contract's right, he's a great squad player to have. But yeah, obviously, would be ideal for both parties if he's not signing that contract. But yeah, let's just
It's
move
I
on,
don't see it
please.
happening really. I don't see him signing another contract because it would mean that we can just say, you know what, you're going on out on loan this season,
Look, his value is
and I
high
think
as
he's
well now.
smart.
His value
Sorry.
will probably be the highest it's ever been, and the highest it'll ever be will be now.
It depends on what club he joins on loan if he signs a new contract. A Premier League will not be the same without Conor Gallagher in terms of goals and assists during his time at Crystal Palace and his run on the pitch and giving away stupid fouls by getting red cards. I think we're starting to see a lot of stuff from the players and the hierarchy as to why Pochettino was let go. One of the reasons why. Yes, Gallagher is top 5 in squad from last season. Yeah, but we move on to the next item. We have lined up people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. Here, Chelsea have a registered interest in Lecce's left back, Patrick Dorgu. Pentalio Cavino, Lecce director of football, is waiting for an official offer from the Blues to understand the consistency of the track. I think this was probably translated from Italian to English. That's it. Do you know Dorgu?
Yeah, a little bit, not too much. He's one of those left backs, up and coming left backs. He's one of the sort of top 5 youth prospects for the left back position for the future.
Hmm.
He's look, he's very talented, still obviously young, uh, not really proven yet. If we do, it's one of as a you don't like to say backup, but he would be most likely a third string backup for the future. That's the type of player he'd be right now. That is,
So most
yeah,
likely goes out
higher
on
level.
loan.
I don't think that alone depends how much they'll pay for him. But they might buy him. Yeah, it might be. We might just be buying him to put him on loan somewhere else. That could be the case as well. I
Hmm.
think. I mean, we've got Renata Veiga as a backup. We've got Cucurella, that is. So I don't see him. It's either he's a third left back, just to be in the squad to gain experience, maybe play here and there cup games, or it's to buy him to loan him. That's yeah. So it just depends how they look at him. But he's a very highly rated left back. He's one of the top 5 in the world left back youth prospects for the future. So yeah, a lot of clubs have been circling him for a while, for the last probably year, a bit over a year. A lot of clubs are interested in him. It's not just us. They've been scouting him for a while. Like
Hmm.
I said, he's one of those top prospects for the left back position.
And I'm going to say this: Vega will eventually become a constant in this team because if we're talking
Yeah,
about the manager
yeah,
inverting left backs, I think he's well equipped
perfect.
to fulfill that role better than Cucurella and Chilwell. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, he's perfect for that.
Mhm.
I spent a bit early before coming on the show. I spent a good hour watching Renato Veiga play some games and some highlights. And yeah, look, he's very impressive. I can't believe he's 20 years old. I'm not sure if his passport is correct. I don't know how he's a 20-year-old.
But
I do not
he
know how a
has
19-year-old
excellent.
turned 20
Yeah,
can be
go
that
ahead.
big and look so old. He looks like a 30-year-old, first of all. He doesn't look like 20.
Mm.
And be that mature, his body and the way he talks. And I have no idea. I don't know if he's actually really 20. But anyway, yeah, he's very impressive. I actually loved him playing in that defensive midfield role, inverting as a left back, like you're saying. I think he'll do really, really well in the Premier League. Very
He will.
physical player. Yep.
He will, and I strongly believe that he will become a constant because his thing, he has again, he has excellent passing range. His
Yep.
vision is excellent, and he has a bit of that kind of Hakim Ziyech pass with pace, a lot of pace in his pass. And if you can get your head again on the ball, the keeper will not stop it because he's already done the work. All the striking player has to do is just to direct the ball to the direction they want it to go. He has excellent passing range, good tackling, aggression. He's fearless. He's an excellent dribbler. That kid, I think he will surprise a lot of people.
I
And
agree.
I'm glad. I'm not saying this. I just because we Arsenal again they probably will end up getting the Cafiori deal over the line. I'm not saying this because we were thinking that we were going to sign Cafiori and end up signing him. I think he's better equipped than Cafiori. That's
Yeah, he
that's
is.
not.
He's more rounded. Yeah, he's more
Yeah, he's
rounded.
more
Yeah.
exactly. That's the language. Is more rounded than Kafuri, and that's no jokes. That's not because we're trying to cope with the fact that we're missing out on Kafuri. No, I don't think we're missing out. I think we did a good scouting work and decided to go with Renato Veiga, who, in my opinion, is a better player. If we signed
Yep.
the inferior of the two, I'll let you know. I don't hide my feelings in that aspect. Tamida is saying here, so who are we finally or likely to sign for the left wing? It's a bit of a concern for me in that department because these two lacks, Starlin and Mudryk, cannot be overly trusted. I trust Mudryk and Starlin. Chances are this is his season. Why do I say that? Because there will be a lot less responsibility on him to lead. The manager probably would want him to just be a team player. And if that's the case for Raheem Sterling, no pressure to lead, no pressure to meet some certain goal quota. I think goals quota. I think he will do well if he just be a team player, make those decisive runs that we know he can make, pop up in the right places at the right time, and put away chances. I think he does well. Sterling will do well. I think he will surprise
Yep.
people this season. He'll perform
Just on Sterling,
consistently.
coach.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just on Sterling. Yeah, I agree. This role should suit him really, really well. He doesn't have to defend. He's not he's a left winger that needs to sit on the left hand side, keep the touch line, and then when he come back, he's got to just stay in an area, keep a position. He doesn't have to
Mhm.
fully defend and run hard. He doesn't have to get involved too much. He just needs to run into spaces and make runs
Yep,
at the back post, like he did exactly in Man City. We're not going
yep.
to be relying on him to use him too much. So it actually suit him very well, and that's why I said Mudryk as well. Him and Mudryk, it'll suit them very well, both of them. So yeah, it
And
could be
hopefully the manager trusts Mudryk more. And not if he does well today, then the next game he drops him to the bench. I think Poch did that a lot, and that didn't help.
yeah,
And I'm one
exactly.
of those that I will never give up on Mudryk. And when
Yep.
I see something in a player, I don't give up because I know and I can always argue why he didn't do well on the ground, Potter and then Mudryk. But go ahead if you were still speaking.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Exactly. Mudryk will become a world class player, in my opinion. He will become that once the game slows down for him and he gets it right. Got the right coaching around him, the right support. He will do it. And yeah, like I said, they'll both flourish. They will not have to defend. The the left wingers and right in Maresca's system are not really to defend there. They'll come back, occupy a space, but they don't have to defend and run from side to side, back, forth, left. They don't have to do that. So it suits both of them perfectly. They'll have the energy just to do what they do best, run into space and dribble and make runs on the far post for tap-ins, basically. So, yeah, it'll suit them perfectly. And I agree 100%, Coach. Mudryk, I'm not giving up on Mudryk. I never have. He's just way too talented. Has all the technique in the world, can do it all. Just a bit of more maturity, a bit more fine-tuning, and when the game slows down for him, as I'm talking about mentally, when the game slows down for him a bit, yeah, he'll become world-class, in my opinion.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that. And let's see what else we have here. Ajahn Yedikachi, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. The owners told Porsche to get a top 4 gun. That argument. Let's keep it aligned, people. Let's keep the topics aligned. My Iraqi bro. We should go in for Eze for left wing. I don't think we're gonna be going there. Let's see. Anything else to address here? And we have Khan saying no one barring Man City can play a totally possession dominating technical style. And for the rest, you need Gallagher types, workhorses, no hard feelings. If he's sold, but let's not run him down. I don't think we're gonna run him down, but I don't think he stays. If he stays, probably gets to leave as a free agent. But I'm leaning towards 95 to 5% him staying, and that's my opinion. But remember, I told a lot of people that he was going to stay beyond January when people thought he was going to be gone in January, because at the time I realized very quickly how important he was to Mauricio Pochettino. Anything else here? Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along. Well, apparently, Fury's girlfriend broke up with him. The sort of luck that Arsenal brings you, right? Siaka, South Africa, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Okay, show and every fan. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join. And anything else to address here? Anything else aligned? Okay, John, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. John CSC, it's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for finding the time to join. That's Josh, not John. Do you see what Josh is saying there? Do you see what he's saying? Dante, are you there?
Yeah, what's he saying, Coach?
He's
23.
saying, I think
what
he's
does that
saying
mean?
that Renato Veiga is 23, not 20. I think that's what he's saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, Josh. But Josh, more importantly, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well, and I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. I think he's 20. He's just one of those big kids, honestly.
Yeah, he's 20 years old, Coach. He's not. He's turning 21 on the 29th of July, so he'll soon be 21.
Yeah. But even at that, he looks as if he should be in his you can say mid-20s, right?
Mid to late 20s, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That happens, honestly. That happens. But Josh, nice to see you. Except if Josh is talking about something as and I'm mixing things up. But more importantly, Josh, nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. We have 86 people watching, but only 28 of those on YouTube. The rest on X. If you're following the show on X, please do us a favor. Kindly like the video and also follow our X account to help us grow. We hit 4,000 followers on X thanks to Vix retweeting some of our tweets. That helped a lot too. I think two occasions he retweeted our post on X and garnered 48,000 views plus a lot of retweets and more followers. We appreciate that. But nice to see you. Big up. What else do we have here? Okay, it says a lot of English clubs would want Gallagher, but not all of them can match the payment. I would say 40 million, but clubs like Villa or Newcastle will not be a bad sell. Atletico Madrid can afford him at 50. I read that differently, but I understand what you mean. There. So in a nutshell, Coach and Dante, you were saying this new style should ease the pressure off their shoulders. Yep. Here's the thing. Dante, I think, elaborated on my point even more. But here's what I want to say. Raheem Sterling, I think, played with so much pressure under Mauricio Pochettino, probably because the manager made him to believe he expects him to lead. So a lot a lot of pressure, and he did set a goals quota for himself. He did again said, goals quota that he wanted to meet by the end of the season, and was a bit selfish until the fans turned on him. Then he stopped. So here's my opinion: a player like Raheem Sterling, the manager doesn't expect him to lead, and like Dante explained, he doesn't expect to contribute a lot defensively, and he's just going to be more like Man City, more teamwork, not too much dribbling, and he's good at exploiting spaces, half spaces, and all that. That's his thing. One thing he's not good at is dribbling. He hardly. I don't think he's average up to 50% dribble success per season. Maybe his time when he was still at Liverpool, but after that, it has always been below. Or maybe I'm just going by what I've experienced, I've observed from him at Chelsea Football Club. Let me just go with, since he joined Chelsea, he's not averaged 50% dribble success per season, and yet he was trying to still dribble all the time unnecessarily and giving away the ball unnecessarily. So if he becomes more of a team player and not expected to lead and just be a team member, I think he does well. And Constantine Dante explained that even further. Maresca has to get Chelsea to top four. We've talked about that. Please, let's keep the topics aligned. Otherwise, I'm going to assume you're having a good conversation with someone. I always thought it was a drop or deep in form for them both. Never imagined Poch could have contributed to their ineffectiveness. In so many ways, he did. Not for Raheem Sterling, but for Mudryk, he did. That a player like Mudryk feeds off your trust in him. From what I've learned, I'm not a manager, but I think it was easy to see that was the case. He plays again. He performs to an extent where the fans were singing him praises in a particular game, then the next game he gets dropped to the bench. That doesn't help. Okay, thank you so much. I'm glad to know you like the Blue Morning Show. Sterling, yes, but I think Mudryk will struggle initially and might spend time on the bench. It's still too raw and clumsy. Okay, we will find out. We'll see. Andres Pereira is coming to Chelsea. It's not happening. That report is absolute hot dunk. Mr. Amos, Etuko, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Tinarwa Tapiro, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Tapirwa Tinarwa. Why am I mixing your name up? We need players in certain areas, but I think this spending spree, okay, that's not aligned with the current topic, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You weren't here when we talked about that. Keep the topics aligned. Otherwise, I will assume you're having a good conversation with the community member, which you have every right to. Okay? What else do we have here? It says, we are likely to get rid of better players, and two, I tend to wonder why Maresca so much faith in Sánchez than Petro. Is this decision? And that hasn't happened yet. Everything at the moment, all speculations, if that makes sense. So I'm not going to go too far. And Bobby in the chat there. And my bro GFC go boot. It's in the house. And once again, if you have any family member or if you're celebrating your birthday, do let us know. In about a month or so, it will be strictly for paid members. But right now, you can shout out a family member who's celebrating his or her birthday or marriage or anything, Hanukkah, whatever it is. We're gonna celebrate with you. And Elmos Etuko, I'm guessing your name sounds like you're Nigerian. If that's the case, we appreciate you. Wherever you're from, it doesn't matter. But I like to recognize. I feel like I'm good at recognizing where people are from. But that's, by the way, we have Bobby in the house. Bobby, big up to you. We're currently talking about Conor Gallagher. I think he leaves Chelsea, but I want to get your opinion. Do you think he leaves or do you think he stays? Constantine Dante, he's explained to us about this kid here, Dorgu, how other clubs are interested also. But we're hearing that we're interested in signing him. But this report looks like it was translated from Italian to English, so not that clear. But we go back to Conor Gallagher. We want to get your opinion. Do you think he stays? Do you think he leaves? And I'm quite sure you follow the story that Atletico Madrid have been having conversations with his camp and I think they've reached out to Chelsea too. But the asking price is currently the reason that they don't haven't made any official offer. But let's hear you, Bobby, if you're there.
Yeah, big up, coach.
Big up to you.
Dante, is that Dante with you there?
Yeah, Dante on the panel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Big up,
big up,
Bobby.
Dante. Big up. Um, Conor Gallagher. Well, yeah, everybody. I spill no bones about what I feel about Conor Gallagher. I like him. I like his endeavor. I like that he likes the club and that he's ready to fight for the club that brought him up.
Hmm.
Um, However, the longer he's not renewing a contract, the more likely it is he would be sold on. Yes, I think it's a matter of money. If there's enough money dropped down, it seems there's enough will from all parties concerned, particularly for Atletico Madrid, since it's not a Premier League club that yeah, it's that people would, well, it's likely he could be sold. I would think it's a sad day. I really would. I would think of it as sadly as I thought when we sold Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Maybe even more so because he's been a more integral part of the team and he's been our captain last season. We didn't have our captain or vice captain elect. What we had was Conor Gallagher, and he did a good job. So yeah, we brace ourselves to see what will happen. Our current transfer policy is quite intriguing. I actually like the idea that we're buying players that nobody has heard of. I haven't heard of them. I like the idea that the young players we have are a year further in the project and I believe will be improved by the beginning of next season and certainly by
Hmm.
the end of next season. I like that. I think there's going to be quite a few pleasant surprises. If anything, the success of Bayer Leverkusen last season has taught us. Yes, they had a few established players like Granit Xhaka and so on in their team, but they had a very fledgling and infantile coach in Xavi Alonso, and a lot of the team were not household names. They had their striker, is that Victor Boniface, and people like that that were not well known, particularly. And football is not really about the name tag you carry. I think we are all too fond of giving names. We saw what happened when we took on um, what's the name of that midfielder we got from Atletico Madrid? Um, oh gosh,
Who from Atletico Madrid?
the midfielder.
Felix.
No, no, no. Even he came with a name and really wasn't all that when he played with us. The other
Saul
one,
Niguez.
yeah, Saul Niguez. He has a big name, and we all saw what happened there. Your names don't necessarily mean they're going to do it for you. Chelsea's greatest players have always come from relatively unknown names, vis-a-vis Didier Drogba, vis-a-vis Petr Cech. Yes, we had people like Franco Zola. They were the odd uh, successes. And Zola was such a hard-working guy that there was no way he wouldn't be a success anywhere he goes. So I'm quite happy with what we're doing. I know many people are criticizing. I know many people are worried and concerned. Maybe there's a need for concern. But if I look back to what I know of football, my experience of football, my experience of Chelsea, our greatest moments have always come when we've used unknowns. Our greatest teams have always been built from unknowns, relatively unknowns, apart from even, if I dare I say it, during the case of Roman, when he first came in. I mean, a lot of the players that came into the team were not particularly well known, and many of them were quite savaged. The likes of Makalele, Real Madrid savaged him. It was only when he came to Chelsea that he was actually able to show what he's worth. So back to Conor Gallagher. Do I think he'll be sold? It's quite likely. Um, will Atletico Madrid meet the asking price? That's the question. These teams, they tend to be rather tight-fisted when it comes to Chelsea, and if they find an alternative, they may go for that. But I think Connor is so well suited to the Diego Simone type of playing football that he'll be hard
Hmm.
pushed to look
A
elsewhere.
lot of running, a lot of energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, that's what I
Yeah,
have to say
his then
about that.
you made a very important point. Sorry if I cut you off. Um, Everything that you could say, whether the club wants to keep him or not, everything comes down to whether he agrees to put pen to paper. Again, the more this goes on without him signing a new contract, the likelihood of him leaving increases. Go ahead, Bobby, if you were still speaking. Apologies if I cut you off.
No, that's basically what I have to say about that. It's up to Atletico now to give at least a tempting financial offer. I like the position the club has been taking right now. They've been taking quite finances into a lot of consideration. That's why they walked away from the Osimhen deal. They've gone a couple of seasons where they've crossed the 100 million mark for players, and that was needed. Right now, it's not needed, so, they can afford to walk. And honestly, I like the idea that they won't be held to ransom. They have an asking price for Conor Gallagher around the 40, 50 million mark. If you want him, you need to get serious. If you come in with 30, 35, I think they'll let him go. But if you start talking 20, 25, I think this club is quite capable of saying, okay, let him run down his contract, whether rightly or wrongly, or they might surprise you and he'll sign a 2-year extension or 1-year extension so he sustains his market value. His parents and his family are such staunch Chelsea fans. I can see that happen. Or they might think, okay, we can get the money value out of him going as a free. Should that happen, it wouldn't necessarily be good for the club, but I think we have to get to a point where we send out a message that we're not necessarily prepared to undersell our players. And it's a risk leaving someone like Connor at Chelsea. He has another great season at Chelsea. We start winning big things, and I can assure you the kid's going to sign an extended contract. So,
But it's a
um,
huge risk, keeping him without him signing and hoping that he
uh,
signs.
well, if more to my point, it's
Mhm.
more of a message being put out there. Chelsea have been forced to undervalue players for a long time. Now we had to tolerate that, especially during the initial stages of the rebuild and the fact that we needed to offload a lot of the wage bill. But in his case, there's no wage bill issue. Yes, there's pure profit to be had. I understand that. But sometimes you have to bite the bullet. And if the message is put out there that, look, we've set this price for this guy, we're not going to listen to this lowballing trash. You're coming with 20 million, 25 million. It's not acceptable. Okay, do we think they may want to call the bluff that we run down the clock? Okay, fine. If we have the attitude of, okay, so be it, we're quite prepared to absorb the financial loss rather than have you just come and hoodwink us for nothing. It might be a way to go. I'm not saying categorically is a way to go, but I'm admiring of Chelsea's somewhat rigid financial stance these days. I think it's taken us out of the bullseye of a lot of clubs that just think they can come charge us what they like, negotiate what they like for our players. No, 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 no. That has to stop. We walked away
Yeah.
from some big deals, Elise, Osimhen. It looks like we might buckle to the Nico Williams deal, but he's of the age and of the talent that I wouldn't mind seeing that. I really wouldn't. We offload a big wage to take on his big wage. I'll be all for that because he will deliver.
And before I go back to the chat and then Dante, we don't have too many stuff in the chat anyway. But please, guys, keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes will go a long way. last season, throughout the course of the season, I maintained that we have a very good squad. And I think you could argue that the squad has become even stronger with Renato Veiga, but more importantly, the addition of Keenan Dewsbury-Hall, I think will become a much stronger squad. I'm going to say something I've said last year. Even if we don't sign Osimhen or any other striker, I think we have a very strong squad that's capable of doing well. Everything comes down to the capabilities of the manager, in my opinion. But let's hear you, Bobby. Do you agree that we have a very good squad?
100%. I think the Chelsea squad, as I alluded to before, is better than a lot of the fan base are prepared to or can see. Yes, there are a lot of youngsters, but they misunderstand that we have enough experience in the team, and their muscle memory is so lax that they forget what the problem was with the team last season. We had more than half of our experienced players off injured, and the players that we relied on for the squad were not with us at all in the season. Nkunku, Reece James, Ben Chilwell, even Romeo Lavia. I know he's a kid, but we had him as a very, very important part of the project. When you're without these linchpins, you can't function well. And toward how we ended the season really was a compliment to those players, one that carried us through the season and was an eye opener as to what would happen when our main players are back. And, they were only just trickling back then. So I think we're a lot better than we give ourselves credit for. And I'm going to make one very, very, very bold statement indeed. And I want it on record. If I'm wrong, I'll hold up my hands and say, "Okay, Bobby, you've been trapped by a wishful thought in your head." But I have a good feeling about Mark Guiu. I really do. I think this kid is going to make it.
I,
He's
I do
going to
too,
be.
but go ahead.
Yeah, I think this kid is going to be that striker. He's going to be that guy. Will he do it consistently? Maybe not in the beginning, but he will show enough for us to perhaps not to need another striker. I have faith in that kid. I think he's going to do this, and maybe he won't. Okay, fine. I admit it. I'm wrong. I just, I took a shot in the dark, but nah, the feeling I have for this one is a good one. Just like the whole Drogba vibe, when Drogba came, although I'd watched him quite a bit in Marseille, so I knew he was up to it. It was just him settling in. I think this is going to be much of the same. This is a child that hasn't really been given the opportunity to stretch his legs on the big stage, and I think that will be his weapon. That will be his advantage. He's not known.
Hmm. I appreciate that, Bobby. Dante, I'm going to come to you. I want to measure your belief in us in our current squad. I know you believed in the squad last season, and you were one of those saying our problem at the time wasn't really down to us not having a very good squad, but down to the manager's ineptitude. But let's hear you. I want to get a measure of your belief in this squad. Do you think we have a very good squad, and do you, as maybe as Bobby, believe that we do well in this season?
Yeah, I do. I think we have a very good squad. Are we young? Yes, we're very young. Uh, are we ready to challenge up the top? No, I don't think we're quite ready to challenge up the top. We're not quite built for that yet. But can we
Wait,
challenge
look,
for the
from what
top four?
perspective, in terms of being, you could say an entirely new squad, because that's still the case. An entirely new squad doesn't click within in one season. Or are you saying it
Yeah.
from that perspective, or saying maybe we're not mature enough? Because in my opinion, I'd say we have young players, but these are experienced young players. Most of them are. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, we're not quite up to that level yet. And that the maturity, 100% the maturity is very important. You need to be extremely consistent to win a Premier League or to be challenging for a Premier League. I don't think we're at that stage yet. We do still have quite a new squad. We're adding new players. We've got a new manager, a new style. we're not quite there yet. Yes, the problem was, in my opinion, the manager last season. And I think if we all kind of look back and we see some of the players that have come out, some of the things they've said, yes, he was a problem for us not getting top four, in my opinion. We could have got top four if he was a bit more, how can I say it? A bit more progressive, uh, a bit more invested in the team, as in formations, and not playing players when they having stinkers and playing them game after game, and then dropping players that have great form and then they just drops them. It's very inconsistent and very old school of philosophy that he had, and how his training programs, etc., etc. And we saw that by the end of the season. One little change, which just inverting Cucurella to the midfield, just to help the midfield, which we were saying all along, we need some help in that midfield. Do something, invert, add another midfielder, change. That made a big change. Yeah, it was only 5 or 6 games, but it made a huge change to the midfield, and we were playing very well. But yeah, let's not dwell on the past. We have this new manager. We have a very good squad. We're still adding to it. We're adding some names a lot of people don't know, but are very technical players that I think will help a lot as well. A little bit of maturity in Dewsbury-Hall, which will definitely help. He's got that physicality and experience that will really help. Look, we're ready to, I think, challenge for that top four. Are we ready to challenge for the Premier League? I don't think we are. We're not. I don't think we're close to that. Those two top teams, which probably are Man City and Arsenal, they still have that advantage for now. We are set up for the future, and that is probably the next 2 or 3 seasons. We will definitely. I'm very confident that we will be challenging for the Premier League, and hopefully for the next 10 years after that, we'll be competing and challenging, hopefully dominating. The way this team is set up and the way the project is set up. Like Bobby keeps saying about the finances, that's very important. What we're doing with the finances and how we are structuring the team and setting it up, because when we get that good, and look, it could come this season. You never know; it could happen earlier. There's a chance, of course. There's a chance. It can happen, but we're not set up. We're not in that part of the project now where we are ready to challenge. It's not how it's set up. We're still signing youngsters, waiting some more players to come in. But if we somehow do challenge, you can see from next season on that, or the next couple of seasons, we will be signing not any more young players. And this is what I keep harping on about this: the ownership, the model, the plan, the project, whatever you want to call it. When it's at a stage, and they have said this in interviews, people do not pay much attention, but they have said this: once this squad is up to a stage where we're up there competing close, once everyone matures, they grow together, the right coach is in, everything is clicking, that's when they will go for it, and they will sign big name players to add to the squad. We're talking about star players. I'm talking about like superstar players. They said it. Once that happens, they will spend big on. But we're still in this project to get the youth up and running, get the team together, same age, same sort of profile, get them all on one page, grow together. And yeah, I think it's a little bit early this season. You'll probably start seeing that, I think, more from next season. And then the following season after that, I think you'll really see the fruits by taking on that. That's my opinion on the team.
Yeah, well put. Even if it doesn't, again, we don't do anything, let me say, glorious in the coming season, things will eventually fall into place with time. But I believe we'll do a lot better. We'll finish in the top 4 in the coming season. And who's to say we cannot compete for the title? We have a very good squad. And I think the manager, the way he's working, very hands-on, I think that will go a long way. Our ex didn't work as if we had a lot of young players, the same issue we had under Graham Potter. If you have that many young players, you have to be hands-on. You have to be, you can say, to an extent, to micromanage them. You don't want to sit on the bench and watch things go on. You have to scream from the starting whistle
Exactly.
to the final whistle in most cases to get the best out of kids. And to me, down here is saying, and I support Bobby. He's completely right. That lad has shown us that that sign that he's got everything it takes Let me see what that scrolled up a bit. It's got everything it takes to potentially transform it into the great striker we need. Maybe not immediately. Yeah, he may need time, and times chances are he hits the ground running. And I think we had a conversation with Dante yesterday, because Dante is not saying he's a bad player. Dante is just saying he's just being cautiously optimistic. And I told him again, the kid had scored the Champions League goal, scored a few seconds into his debut, and I'm quite sure that had Xavi remained Barcelona's manager, he wouldn't allow them to sell him, and probably this would have been his breakout season in terms of what he'd do overall. But we signed him. I think we were able to convince him to join us because we promised him he's going to be part of the first team. Maybe money, like Dante pointed out, because money trumps everything, in my opinion. Now that's for Jackson, and I can tell this. I can say the same thing. Guy likewise, and Riley, as I told you, will work with schedule, and unfortunately, again, but I'm gonna find a way to add you to the group so you're part of the schedule. So I hope you understand. I will explain better later. Greetings to you. Nice to see you too. Politicians answer. Let's see. Javier, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way, and anything is possible. Trust me. If everyone stays fit, I don't see anything wrong with this team from competing for the title. I agree. We were simply unlucky due to injuries. Part of it, I think that's being truthful. I agree. We cannot discount or how much of an issue the injuries we had last season. How much of an issue they were to us and the manager overall, irrespective of whether you think the manager was good enough or not. Hello to you too, Dante. When did you become that close with Nee? I don't like seeing you guys speaking. I get jealous.
Don't be jealous, coach.
I hope you're keeping well. But Nee is here. Please go and check out Nee's YouTube channel. Let's help him get to 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. He's my bro. Beyond that, I love him so much. But nice to see you, bro. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. And sorry that I haven't had the time to come join the show. Yes, we have a good squad that's getting better. Our squad has gotten even better with Renato Veiga, with more importantly, Dewsbury-Hall. And you cannot underestimate the importance of that signing. It's like a Sarr coming with Jorginho. If maybe that's the better way to explain it. Anything else here? Yes, people, go check out my bro's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. Let's help him get to 10,000 subscribers as soon as possible. Let's see. Big up to him. And Chesky say, if we're not doing the same 10-kilometer drills like Poch, Lampard, etc., then we will not have many injuries or any at all. I agree, brother. We can challenge for the title. Who says we cannot? Yeah, exactly. Dewsbury-Hall to play in Gallagher's number 10 role. He is much more creative than Gallagher, and I would argue that he can actually measure Gallagher's industry. Wouldn't you agree, Dante?
Yeah, he's got it. He's got the physicality. He's got the defensive side of the game as well. He's got it all. He's an all-round player. Yeah, he suits like a 10, but more of an 8, an attacking 8. That's the Maresca system, the attacking 8.
And he has an excellent passing range. I want to get Buddy's opinion on that. Look, why is everyone so obsessed with how a Chelsea could do? The fact that we made a top 4 with that many injuries, we should be optimistic about this coming season. I mean, the advice is always be cautiously optimistic. If you're being truthful to yourself, so you don't get disappointed if we don't do as well as you expect us to do. But Bobby, do you agree that Keenan Dewsbury-Hall, I don't know whether you know him that well. I think I know him well enough to say, yeah, he's got Conor Gallagher's industry and the energy, but it's just that he's more technically gifted, has good vision, good passing range and all that. I don't know if you're interested in commenting on whether you believe, yeah, he measures Gallagher's energy and industry and all that.
Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately, what happens with this team is left to be seen. Preseason will be interesting. It won't be a full insight, but it will be some insight. And
Mm.
of course, the execution of the new coaching team is also very important. And Dewsbury-Hall has been used by them before. How that translates into a team of the magnitude of Chelsea and the Premier League, it will be interesting, and it's also left to be seen. I don't think it's a bad buy. It seems to be quite an astute buy, and it seems to be quite a functional buy. If he's an upgrade to Conor Gallagher, as it would appear to be, so be it. That's all good. In terms of physicality, I think Conor is a bit bigger than him, certainly height wise, and of course width wise. But he's robust enough, and will do what Connor does, apparently. But we need to see this. We need to see it in real time. Just like a lot of things we still need to see with this team. But that aside, in terms of the individual quality of the team, in terms of what they achieved, just as somebody said in the chat, from January onwards, where they actually were a top three team, not to mention a top four team. Um, I think there's scope for optimism from a personal point of view. I think this team is good enough, and I think the team with the correct application and injuries, being free from all these persistent injuries, the team can go very, very far indeed. If we are fit, and if the execution of the new manager is as expected, there's absolutely no reason why this team cannot at least challenge for top four. The beauty of a young team and a team that's not seen is what's happening now. There's no reason for anybody to believe they can do anything. But I always flip that to the other side based on the experience of what I've seen from many things in football, is that there's also no reason for anybody to think they can't do anything. I remember some of us here sat and we watched Match of the Day in the 90s when Alan Hansen came out and was speaking about an interview that was conducted with Sir Alex Ferguson. And he turned around. I remember on the panel there was him, there was Gary Lineker, and there was Lawrence. I've forgotten his first name now. Another Liverpool ex-Liverpool guy.
I
And
don't know the person.
uh, and he said, "You can't win anything with kids." That was his famous last words, because that season United won the Premier League. So and that was a rebuild of sorts with Alex Ferguson. So that's taught me a lot. We looked at the European Championships, and okay, Nico Williams, he was already making waves, but he's a very young guy. But we all saw what Yamal did. 16-year-old, he started, finished the tournament just turning 17. Age is not a rate limiting step. If you're good enough, you're old enough. The most fascinating thing you can ever see in a team is a team that's been put together by the right coach from a young age. This happened to Chelsea back in the 70s. The team of the Charlie Cooks, your Peter Osgoods, your Ron Harris, your Peter Bonetti in goal, your David Webb, your Ian Hutchinsons, Peter Housemans, all these people, John Dempsey, Eddie McCready. These were kids at Chelsea. They all came through the academy together, and boy, did they produce a magnificent team that should have won the then Division One. But age-old thing with Chelsea, started having injuries towards the end of the season, ended up third. But that season won the FA Cup. The season after that won the Cup Winners' Cup. The season after that got to the League Cup final, but became too confident and narrowly lost 2-1 to Stoke City. That was a very good team, and you can do this. The blueprint of building from youngsters is a good one, but you've got to be patient, you've got to be brave, and you've got to know what you're doing. I get it. I get what these people are trying to do. They're scouring and collecting the best young talents that their scouting system can get globally, amassing them and waiting for the cream to rise to the top to create a team that can remain at the top of the top echelons of football for generations. So let's watch it happen. This is all I'm saying. Let's watch it happen. If it doesn't, if in the unlikely event it doesn't succeed, okay. Daggers are out. Everybody will be after them, screaming and shouting. And I can assure you, nobody will feel it more than them because their whole business model is based on this being successful. I'm enjoying the ride. As scary and as uncertain as it is, I'm just going to hang on to my hat and watch things happen. I think we're going to be in for a great season. You watch.
All right, thank you so much for that, Bobby. I appreciate that. And the football fan zone, don't worry, my friend. I have a lot going on right now, but yep, the collaboration will happen, and it will happen consistently. Trust me, bro. We've communicated, but every now and then, kindly send me an email to remind me so that we can plan. Don't forget to smash the like button, guys, and also do subscribe to the channel, and also go check out my bro's YouTube channel too. Subscribe. Let's help him grow. He deserves it. Yep, we have a total of 94 people watching, but only 29 of those on YouTube, which means that nearly 60 of those are watching right now are following the show on X. And if you're following the show on X, do us a favor, kindly drop a like on the video, share the video, and also do follow our X account to help us grow. We'd really appreciate that. And Derek back here saying, I believe it's Bobby talking right now. I do agree. We also got to be careful on adding more players. We need to have room, have the current players to grow. I agree with you. A pathway for them, and also because the more players you add, the more time they need to start playing as a unit. So we're gonna try and catch up with all all the news items we have, and so we can get to the lineup building exercise. Well spoken, Bobby. Much love to you in the chat there. We've talked about Gorku. What's his name again? I think that's his name. Yeah, Gorku is his name.
Dorgu,
Patrick
yes.
Dorgu, not Gorku.
Dorgu.
And then we have, here's the thing. This part, again, we're starting to hear a lot from the club's hierarchy, from players that showed they had issues with Mauricio Pochettino's approach. As much as we don't like to talk about X, as much as I'd advise you, once you break up with someone, just move on. But this here reads, that's from again quoting Vince quoting I am Rahman Usman there, which reads that Chelsea want a manager who just doesn't coach a team. They want a manager who teaches the players football so they can learn and reach their full potential. And that's important because we have a lot of young players. Which this echoes our concern at the time under Graham Potter when we were arguing that he doesn't come across as if he was doing enough at the time, because the young players we had all, if it, again, it doesn't matter if you micromanage them to help them learn. The second part of this particular report reads, there was a video the club's social media put out where Maresca stops play to remind players not to take too many touches given the way they want to play. The short clip underlines the fact that he doesn't just coach the team, but teaches them the way he wants them to play. And I think this also highlights why we said Raheem Sterling will most likely do well. One of the reasons he most likely do well under Enzo Maresca, because he'd be more of a team player than always trying to dribble. Also, with Conor leaving, it will allow Chelsea to keep Andrea Sánchez. Andrea Sánchez is living alone with the squad. Also, we still got to sell the unwanted players. Sánchez needs to be playing, and I think it'd be an excellent idea for him to go back to Strasbourg, where he's established himself as a starter, and continue developing. It's as simple as that. In my opinion, I really believe if a goalkeeper should leave, it would be Robert Sánchez. We'll get to that in a bit. I don't trust him at all, in my opinion. I believe that Petrovic is a better goalkeeper. I test to say that, but numbers say otherwise. Let's see. Sources at the club and the club's training ground have said the style of football during training is already impressive, and fans will get their first glimpse of it when they take on Wrexham on Wednesday. Players are also speaking highly of the manager's approach, how they're enjoying themselves. I don't think they said much about that. Something similar during the start of Mauricio Pochettino's reign. I think the contrast right now, wow, is a lot in my opinion. But that's, by the way, we'll move on from that. So I'm gonna come back. Let's start with you, Constantine Dante. We're seeing a lot more uh, that tells us that, yeah, these lot of most of the players weren't happy under Mauricio Pochettino, but they just had to do their job. But right now, a lot of them are saying stuff. You could argue some of them indirectly having a dig at Mauricio Pochettino, or indirectly saying that wasn't it. But let's hear you, Dante.
Yeah, I mean, I kept saying this point from a long time ago that he's not the type of coach this young squad needs at the moment for the
But
development.
we thought he was.
Very soon, we saw that straight after that he's not.
Yeah.
We all thought that he was because he showed at Southampton, Tottenham, that he excelled at that. He did very well at that. At PSG, not so good, but there he did very well with the youngsters. Okay, now the problem is he decided to flip flop and change the way he wanted to play, the positions. He decided to start changing things around completely from the normal way. Another thing is our squad was more. We had way more technical players than the players suited for his style of football. Hence, he kept saying Conor Gallagher will start every single game. And I agreed with you. Yes, he will start every single game because there's no chance he's not playing because he's the prototype of player that Pochettino loves on the field. So he will play. We had way more technical players than that type of player. The mix wasn't right. The formation wasn't right. The whole approach was not right from him either. He's a manager. He's not a coach. He's a manager. He sits back, watches, makes decisions, lets his assistant managers do the work. He makes just decisions, has a chat here and there with the players. He's not hands-on. He's not a micromanager. He's more laid back, relaxed. And we saw that. He let them do what they wanted. On the field, no discipline. No discipline at all on the field. Even off the field, there was quite a lot of non-discipline. We had
It took
reports of a lot
about
of
700 yellow cards for Nicholas Jackson before something was done about it.
not just Jackson, even Pochettino himself got
But
yellow
I'm
card.
saying that Jackson's was, you could say, the outstanding case at the time, in my
Correct.
opinion. But go ahead with what you're saying.
Yeah, every player. There was no discipline instilled at all into those players, and you could see it. I kept telling you, remember from early on, I'm like, there's no discipline here. This is not how a young team. It's not how a young team functions. You don't. If you let them do what they want, they'll just do what they want. They'll be ill disciplined, and it will affect a lot. And it did. It affected a lot. But that's the type of manager he is. Laid back, likes to just make decisions, have relationships, but not get involved. You did not see him be on. If you see Maresca now on the field with the players playing, getting involved, you did not see Mauricio Pochettino do that. You saw him with his hands folded on the sidelines, just watching, talking to his assistants, and telling them they were the ones doing all that work. Maresca, like exactly like that statement said, he is hands-on. He's a micromanager. He will teach them how to play the way he wants, show them the football, drill it into them non-stop, and discipline. You already can see the discipline. I saw it already just by his demeanor and the way he's talking to them, the way he's acting. I don't think there's been any Has there been any barbecues reported? I don't think there's been any barbecues reported. So look, he's all business. He knows what the squad is. He knows the players. They are more technical. It suits his style of play perfectly. He's the type of coach he should have come in firstly. But I keep harping back on this. At the time, the coaches we were looking at, hence why Pochettino only got a 2-year deal. No one else was available. The ones that were available, I don't think they wanted the job. I know Bobby disagrees with me because we're Chelsea, and why would everyone say no to Chelsea? But at the time, it was Enrique, which it went to PSG for much bigger money. I think Nagelsmann was the other one who ended up going for Germany, and it was Pochettino. He was the last man standing, basically. So, and it showed the contract we gave him. We gave him a 2-year contract. Who does that these days? Who gives a 2-year contract to a coach? It doesn't happen. You don't
Yeah,
see that, unfortunately.
Kirsten, I would say at the time, my argument at the time was that we learned a valuable lesson from the length of contract we gave, what's his name, Graham Potter. It turns out that wasn't the case. It turns out we also did discuss at length that probably they didn't trust him that much to do well. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Exactly. He was not a candidate that they really believed in, but he was the one available, and he's the one
Or
that said
maybe
yes.
convince them that he could do the job.
He convinced them. He sold them. He slipped some tablets in their wine at the dinner. They woke up the next day. Everything was signed. The contracts were done, and he was signed up. No problem. Yeah, look, he was one of the 3 candidates. He's the one they went for. But for me, just in my personal opinion, he only 2-year contract. I don't think he was one of the front runners. The other ones, in my opinion, said no, and one chose Germany and one chose PSG, and they were left with Pochettino. And I think it's a bit of both. What you're saying, the previous contract, Potter, but also let's not forget Pochettino was on his contract, even though it was 2 years. His salary was like elite, top 3 coaches
Around the
in the
11
league.
million pounds per year, right?
The 16 million, I think it was.
Up to that?
Yes, he was one of the highest earners. So he was getting elite money. Okay, so I think it's a bit of both. Like you said, a bit of the previous coach giving him a big contract didn't work out, but also a bit of he's the only one that said yes. There's no one else. There's no more time to find anyone else. They just went for it and they gave him a shorter contract, a bit of higher pay, a bit more pay, but a shorter contract. And it's my personal opinion, but I think that's what happened. And the way it's played out, it seems more and more that was the case.
And here's something else I want you to say quickly before I go to Bobby. Some are saying that we had a lot of injuries under his reign, down to the fact that his approach, you can say that, and blaming his approach as the reason why we had many players out injured at the same time.
Injuries are a part of the game. Yes, we had a couple of more injuries than anyone else, but if you look across the league, everyone had a lot of injuries. It was a very injury-plagued season for pretty much every team. Yeah, we had a few more, but it still doesn't excuse. We still had the squad. We still had the players. We still had everything available to the manager to still play good football and get results. He failed at that, unfortunately. He failed.
You refuse to blame his approach for the injuries?
Yeah, that as well. It's well proven. It's well documented. Oh no, got cut off. Yeah, sorry, I got cut off there. Can you hear me? Yeah, it's well documented. Ex-players have come out, ex-assistants have come out and said his training is outdated. It's based on running. You'll get a lot more injuries. That's exactly what happened. It's like, it's not just me saying it. It's people that have come out and said it. Quotes from ex-players, ex-assistants that worked under him. A lot of people have said it, and a bit more proof now. The players coming out now and saying it. Run. It was all about running and fitness. He used to train. He used to have marathon runs the night before the game, and in that morning, he would take the bus and would go straight to the game for a midday kickoff. And surprise, those games that did that, we got beaten very well, very, very well in those games. They were off completely. That just shouldn't happen. But look, that's his style. It is what it is. That's his philosophy. But yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work at all. And he's definitely, I'm 100% convinced a lot of the injuries was caused by him. Especially the worst one, in my opinion, is Enzo Fernández. He played Enzo Fernández week after week with a hernia injury, getting injections. He comes out and says
Do
no
you know he
player has
had that?
been injured. Yeah, he
Yeah,
came out
he
and said
know.
no player has
If he
ever
was
played.
getting the injection, then definitely he knew.
Of course he knew. That's got to be signed
Yeah.
off by the coach of the managers. Of course he knew. That's just lying. He just came out straight out and lied. Said to the no player, looked at the camera twice. He said it. No player in the squad is playing under any injury. Blah 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 blah. And then a few weeks later, what happened? Not a few, sorry, a few weeks later, a couple of months later, Enzo came out and said, "Look, I've been playing." So he just lied. He lied to everyone. He's lied from early on. He lied a lot, especially. I know Bobby hates the bringing up the Cullen Cup final, Carabao Cup final. He full on lied in that press conference
That
after.
was what pushed. That was what pushed Bobby over.
I pushed it. That's the day I lost respect for him because he lied. He straight out lied. I was still backing him a little bit here and there because he wasn't doing
But
the worst
remember,
job.
we've moved on, right? Let's not sound like
Let's
we're
move on. Yeah,
missing
yeah.
him.
Well, you brought it up, coach. So,
All right, I'm gonna catch up,
let's
and I'm
move
gonna
on from
get
that
Bobby's
stuff.
opinion of what the players have been saying so far. Thank you for that, and Derek, thank you for that. And Chimera is in the house, the PR person of the H Blaze. I appreciate you joining, Chimera. I hope you're doing well. I have to create a command for you, and we have a Savage 2, and that's not zeros, that's O's. How many games you guys want Reece James play in the coming season? If he's fit enough, he should be ready to play whenever called upon. I can give a number. But Chimera, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. And here, Tabida is saying, okay, yep, talk with them. Poch failed to realize that okay, he shouldn't. Okay, players. That's a bit jumbled up. I'm not sure I'm able to like decipher what you're trying to say. The apologies. We all make such mistakes. We, as a Chelsea Football Club of fans, want a quick fix. Some of the supporters don't like the process. So remember, Chelsea was just bought yesterday. It will take time for the team to be again at their best. Yeah, that's more like an African speaks, including Chimera. Enzo seems to understand that. Next thing we have here, and this reads, I feel like a season we gonna have better chemistry. I hope so, Mr. Derek. I appreciate you saying that. And now you get the gist, Chimera. He does in so many ways. And Jerry's in the house. Jerry, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's that time of the year. Jerry's. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. You know what to do. You don't wait for me to trigger the command for you. Okay, Bobby, I'm gonna come to you. I'm sure you heard the question, but I'm gonna repeat it to you. We've heard maybe let me present the question to you in a more detailed form. We've heard Moses Caicedo during an interview reference how at Brighton their training was more about tactics, and then at Chelsea, it's a lot of it was under Mauricio Pochettino. He didn't mention his name, but if you watch the interview, you understand. Yeah, he means under Mauricio Pochettino. It was a lot of running. It was a lot of running. And someone else did say something. And when you watch Levi Colwell's interview, him singing Maresca praises. Same thing from Christopher and Nkunku, all of them. And I remember, was it Marco Correa saying the players are all happy? We didn't hear such when Pochettino took over. But I want to get your opinion. Even we're starting to hear some reports suggesting part of Mauricio Pochettino's approach that the hierarchy didn't like at the time, but they just had to work with him. But when time came, they had to let him go because they didn't like what he was doing. But what do you make of those reports? If you want me to show you the one we had on the screen, I'd do that for you. But I want to get your opinion on what you sense as the contrast between Maresca's approach and Mauricio Pochettino's approach, and how happy the players are now, because I don't think they were that happy under Pochettino. But let's hear you, Bobby.
Yeah, I mean, this is a slightly complex, if not inconsequential, topic. In that I say this, I was not in the beginning a Pochettino fan because of his Spurs background and his lack of real evidence of being a winner. And secondly, there's this sort of Argentine thing that has this training method anyway. Bielsa did it to Leeds, runs them into the ground to get them super fit, lots of running. And, Pochettino did the same thing. I'm not sure it's even fair as somebody that isn't a Pochettino fan to say, oh, players weren't happy under him and, all that.
Hmm.
Because when he first came, his stock in trade that was rumored by those that wanted him was that he's very good with young players. And to be fair to him, I don't think he was particularly bad with them. I think some of them benefited from his arm around their shoulder. But the truth of the matter was that he was not the tactician that this club probably needed. I think he's played his part. He's actually held together a team in a very, very difficult time of its development. And I always do not toe the line of, oh, injuries are part of football. Chelsea had, a few more injuries than other teams. I beg to differ completely. I think for a fledgling squad that none of them knew each other, was trying to even get to integrate, and a club that and a fledgling squad that had new management, and a fledgling squad that had a rebuilding medical team. There was a lot there. There was a lot there. When you're carrying a minimum of 13, 14, 15, at one point 17, as much as even 18 injuries from your squad. Players are playing game in, game out. They can't rest. They're new, they're young, they're developing. They've just gone on international duty. I think from that point of view, as much as I wasn't a Pochettino fan, I have to say he did well. Whether his training methods caused the injuries, I think also is slightly unfair. Chelsea have been having unnecessarily incremental numbers of injuries for years. This is not new. It's been going on for about 3 years before Pochettino came in through the door. The only thing was that it reached its head when he was there. Yeah, the Enzo Maresca issue, one may blame him. Enzo Maresca, Enzo Fernandez issue. One may blame him. I don't know. I don't really know if that's fair either. What I do know is that he carried an unprecedented amount of injuries of players that were meant to be key to the success of the project. And he pulled it off towards the end. Now, was he making demands that were taking us outside of the project that he signed up for in the first place? It sure looks that way. It looks like he decided, okay, what I want to do is go back to the old tried and trusted. We fill the squad with marquee signings. We don't care about the wage bill, and that's the way he wanted to go. And the club said no. I also don't particularly subscribe to this idea. And I think, fine, everybody can have their opinion and absolutely air their opinion. It's absolutely welcome and it's absolutely respected. But I took particular note of the vetting period of Chelsea's new appointments around the time Pochettino was appointed. I watched, what's his name? Oh, gosh. The guy that's not PSG. I watched
Who?
his the guy that's the coach of PSG now.
Luis Enrique.
Enrique. Yeah, people tend to forget. This is why I say a lot of things, people always live in the now and they very easily forget the build up to the now. That's how societies become deceived by inconsequential narratives. Is that, this guy came to London 3 times. He camped out in London for his interview. He wanted this job. When he left, he was giving interviews. He was giving interviews at the airport. And when he was going, he was saying, well, now it's up to Chelsea. He's done what he can. He was saying this. There's footage. I'm sure if I search, I will find the footage. It's just that I don't think it's important, and I think it's quite, I don't know. If you don't have the evidence of the fact that he turned down the Chelsea job, and it's not worth saying, because you don't know if it's true or not. And even me, with all the evidence that I've seen of him to the contrary, I wouldn't say whether he wanted it or not. I just say that eventually he didn't get the job and they moved on to Pochettino on a short term lease. Now, Pochettino was a trial, because I firmly believe that the sporting directors had not been totally convinced. They knew they had to put somebody there, and they knew that the people that they had interviewed earlier were not personally particularly up to scratch for the job. And those that they may have wanted, like your Nagelsmanns of this world, had their eyes elsewhere by the time they decided to go for him. Nagelsmann himself said, you can't decline a job that was never presented to you in the first place. Chelsea never presented a job to him to decline. And by the time it was said, rumored that they wanted him, he had already moved on to Bayern, and then subsequently to the German national team. So all these things are almost, inconsequential. The fact of the matter is that Chelsea were not fully convinced by Pochettino, and eventually Pochettino was not fully convinced by Chelsea. And I think by mutual consent, which is probably very accurate, they both decided to go their separate ways. And I truly believe it's a good thing. I don't think he has the blueprint for longevity at Chelsea. I mean, you yourself on this platform had said, yes, in the short term, he can put the youngsters together, but will he be the person to take us through the line to the giddy heights, to the promised land, like Tuchel did in the European glory and the World Club Cup glory? Nobody could see it. Neither you, neither me, or anybody. And I think with the departure, they've now gone for a guy that they believe can do these things, as well as work with the youngsters. Now, are the team happier under Maresca than Pochettino? I think it's too early to tell. I think that, look, he's the new he's the new sheriff in town. Nobody's going to come out and say, "Oh gosh, I don't like this guy," and
No, that
they
that
don't.
never happens. Yeah.
Exactly. They don't know the guy to start with, and they haven't had the experience of on him either leaving him out of leaving them out of the squad, or leaving them on the bench and all this. And they've had no experience with him, so I don't take those comments as a valid predictor of where they are with him. All I will say to round up is Pochettino, to be fair to him, he did what he did at the time. He got the club, albeit not in the way I would have liked, injuries or not. I think even with the injuries, he had opportunities to take us further up the table, but tactically dropped the ball. We talk of places like Sheffield United, and we know where we dropped points that we shouldn't have dropped points. But he did well. Ultimately, he still got us to sixth position, which was an incredible achievement considering the team he had to work with, and considering the team he didn't have to work with. And his run from January to the end of the season was second to none. That guy took a top three position and he became top London. Even Arsenal, upon all their, or I think perhaps just behind Arsenal, Arsenal, upon all their late rally to try and win the league, point for point, from January to May, were not that far. Chelsea were not far off them at all. So Poch's time has gone. Moresca's left to be seen. And of course, like any Chelsea fan, true Chelsea fan, of course I want to see Maresca do well. Of course I want to see the whole squad rally behind him, and be happy with him, and be happier with him than Pochettino. Of course I want to see that. Realistically, I think we need some time. We need some time. They need to be with this guy. They need to learn his methods. They need to enjoy some victories and maybe go through some rough patch as well. That's when you can tell how happy, in inverted commas, they are with him. I'm sure if you corner Man City players, especially those like Calvin Phillips that don't get on the pitch at all, in fact, don't even get on the bench, they would have some dreadful things to say about Pep Guardiola. Some will have wonderful things to say about him, some will have terrible things to say about him. Ultimately, has he proved good for Man City? Absolutely, yes. And that's what I'm looking out for. I want Maresca to prove good for Chelsea. I really couldn't give a backside what players say and, what rumors are being pushed out there. That's not important for us, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And breaking news: Chelsea have completed the signing of Caleb Wiley from, I think, Atalanta. He signs a 6-year deal with an option for a further year. He's currently in Paris with his team for the Olympics. I think. Let me see.
And then he'll go to Strasbourg. He's a Strasbourg. He's a blue
Okay, he
blood for
will go to
Strasbourg.
Strasbourg. Okay, thank you for that information. I appreciate you. So right now, Dante, I don't know if you have anything else to say. Otherwise, we get to the lineup, uh, selecting Maresca's strongest 11. But before we do that, we have a comment there by Kunle Kuku, who says, a great team of Chelsea perspective. I really like the discussion so far. I wish you can have discussion around Chelsea FC's strength, weakness. What does the other two stand for again? I can't quite remember. Analysis. It will throw light into what to expect when the season starts. I think we will do that. That's a show where we predict where we believe we will finish the season. But Kunle, nice to see you, and I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Well done, Bobby. You have admirers in the chat there who appreciate your contribution. Yep. Dante, anything else you want to say before we continue? And no worries, Jerry. You have to trigger that command yourself. Don't wait for me. You have right to do that. Yes, Chelsea Football Club needs a manager that has a direction, vision, plus a goal. Who's honest about what's going on with the squad? Last, but not okay. He must be strict and lead the team to the right point. Okay, I appreciate that comment right there. Anything else? Dante, anything else you want to say before we get to the lineup building exercise?
No, not much to say. I think both I and Bobby covered it pretty well there. Bobby's got his own opinions. I've got my own opinions, but that's fine. He's got proof, he says. I've got proof, but that's just for another day. I'm not too bothered with that. In the end, Pochettino
We're
did
here to have a
okay
conversation, more importantly.
Yeah, he did okay to manage the team while in a transition period. And he's gone now, so that's old news. So we look to the future from now on anyway.
All right, let's start on building, and this is a strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. Thank you. I don't remember the last time I used that term. Probably one of my classes during, I think, my master's degree. But despite that, by the way, we move on from that and come back to the we are going to start the lineup building exercise where we try not predict, pick what we think will be Maresca's strongest 11, and the chances are we will end up with the people's lineup because we will involve those in the chat. Dante, let me start with you. The goalkeeping position, we've seen a lot of reports out there suggesting that Maresca prefers Robert Sánchez over Petrovic. And also we've seen that after a week or 2 weeks of training, he's seen enough that he's sat down with the hierarchy and told them he wants a new goalkeeper. And I suspected that was going to be the case because I did take my time to compare Petrovic and Sánchez. Not both of them are good goalkeepers, but here's the interesting thing: is where Petrovic lacks, Sánchez does very well. Where Sánchez lacks, Petrovic does very well. So, which means both
I really have a comment about this, Coach.
Yeah, we'll come to you. We'll go one by one. Let's hear from Dante since I'm started with him. So, who do you think will be the starting goalkeeper? If we all cannot agree, then we'll use the poll. But let's hear you, Dante.
Just quickly on the Caleb Wiley signing. So he's a left back, just so you
Yeah,
know
he's a
there.
left
So
back.
that's our
Yeah.
left back. That's our left back that we've signed young. So I don't think we'll be signing that Dogu kid anymore. It looks like they've gone for Caleb Wiley instead.
Oh, so you think we're not going to sign Dogu because of him?
Well, I know this is your third left back, so that would be a fourth left back. So I think this is the kid
What
they
if he's
decided
going
out of
out
the
on
two.
loan?
Yeah, they're both probably going to go on loan, like we were saying, but looks like they decided, and they have been looking at him for a while. It's been reported for quite a while at Wiley. There's been reports, quite a lot of reports that we're looking at Wiley very closely, and looks like we finally made the move for him. So yeah, he's a left back. So American left back, plays for Atlanta in the US, not in Italy, correct?
Yeah, I
And
think Atalanta in the US. Yeah.
yep. So he's your left
In this
back.
case, I
So
think they're called Atalanta United.
yeah, Atlanta
Okay.
United and Atalanta. It's a little bit differently as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
Atlanta,
Yeah,
not
he's your left back
Atalanta. The
signing that.
Italian one is Atlanta. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's Atalanta. So the reports we're looking for a goalkeeper, striker, the left back. So this could be the left back as well. They just went for another young developing kid because really, like I said, we already got Renato Veiga, which we just signed. So yeah, so it looks like that's your left back
Yeah.
sealed. Yep. Keeper wise, yeah, look, I've made plenty of comments on this. As you know, I prefer still Petrovic over Sánchez. I don't know what Maresca's seen yet. What he hasn't had too much to see, to be honest. The keeper, especially Petrovic, came back a little bit late. So I'm not sure how much he's seen of the keepers. Obviously, a week and a half. I don't know if that's quite enough. He's probably watched a little ton of video and analysis already, so it doesn't really matter. Like I always said, we need a new goalkeeper. It's a pivotal point in the back half where possession starts. It's very, very important to Maresca, and he's seen that. Looks like very quickly that we 100% need a ball playing keeper that can actually hold the ball and not take forever to pass the ball or bad passes. I was just watching after we spoke the other night, last night, about the goalkeeping situation. I watched a video of Sanchez's errors during the season, and if you see that video, there, because JC and some people are saying that he's only made one or two errors. There is double digits in number of errors he made, and nearly goals conceded from his errors. There was like 10 to 12 errors he made, shocking ones, and around another 10 or
And
15.
if you remember, I told Vic, if he's going by that logic, then he's not going to win. That's because he made
Vic,
plenty
that's right,
of
it was
errors.
Vic
We
as
were
well,
lucky
correct.
not to. We were lucky that we weren't punished.
There you
When
go.
he
That
made
Vic,
a
that's
lot
the
of
one
those
who's
errors.
yes.
Yeah.
Vic kept saying it. There's a video on X someone posted up. He's got like nearly 20 errors he committed. Lucky we didn't concede another 10 goals from those errors. That how bad they were. Basically, just losing the ball, giving it to an opposition. We just were not punished by it, so we got lucky in the end. He got lucky. But yeah, he made way more mistakes. Petrovic only made one mistake, whereas Sánchez made, in his short time that he played, he made triple the mistakes. So I'm still going back to the argument. I would still prefer Petrovic over Sánchez. Just my opinion, personal opinion. I like the quick movement of the ball. He moves much quicker. He's not slow on the ball. He's got his head up, where Sánchez a lot of time his head is down and takes him forever to switch the ball to left to right foot, which he got caught out a lot. I still have Petrovic as my number one, but that's for Maresca to decide. But ultimately, we need a proper ball playing goalkeeper to be the number one, because it is pivotal in Maresca's system. It's probably the second most important position in his system, a goalkeeper that can play as basically another centre back. So yeah, it's extremely important that we go for another keeper.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at this, and I'll come back to Bobby quickly. Bobby, this will give you more tool to work with. If I'm going by eye test alone, I'd say Petrovic is a better goalkeeper. But numbers, not in this comparison. Again, statistics graph here. I think this year, what I learned from this, as I said before, You see, Petrovic is in blue, and is that pink? What color is that? I'm colorblind. Robert Sanchez. Let's look at it. Robert Sanchez. Really, Petrovic did better than Robert Sanchez. Way better than Robert Sanchez. Then defensive actions. Robert Sanchez did way better than Petrovic. And also shot stopping, Robert Sanchez did way better than Petrovic. And then for short passes, Petrovic did way better than Robert Sanchez.
That's the
And
key.
also for long passes, Robert Sanchez did way better than Petrovic. So it's like where the other one falters, the other one does well. And Petrovic overall ended up, Robert Sanchez still played more games, 2 more games than him. But they're good goalkeepers, but I think we can do better than both. And I did say that about 3 weeks ago, and now it turns out that's the case. And I'm seeing somebody here saying Kepa is still in the mix, apparently. I don't believe that for reasons that
Kepa's
it's
training
a
with the under
huge
21s.
risk. Sorry?
Kepa is training with
he's
the
training
under
with the under
21s.
21s, yeah.
He's not
So
in the
it
running
doesn't make
at all.
sense for that reason alone. Goalkeepers can play. What else we have here? Sanchez is being investigated for fixed matches. I haven't heard that. That's new to me.
I think that's a
new
joke,
to me.
coach. That's a joke.
Okay. So Bobby,
That's
over
how
to
bad
you.
he did.
Okay. Bobby, who do you think is a better goalkeeper to start between the six for us? As we're building the strongest 11.
You know what? I have to agree with Dante on this one. Look, when somebody shows you who they are and you refuse to believe them, you're becoming delusional. In fact, you are delusional. I cannot understand or accept, apart from with the knowledge of the fact that this is where politics gets into a team and spoils a team. I cannot see in which world anybody has been looking at
And
Sanchez
when you say politics, can
and
you elaborate? Can you educate us on what you mean by that?
the coach that he had at that fought for him at Brighton
Brighton.
is the same guy here at Chelsea. Some of the is it Paul Winstanley knew him at Brighton. I mean, I hate that. I hate that stuff. You bring in tribalism and clannishness into a team. This guy is a dreadful goalkeeper. You know, Dante's right. There are numerous instances. I watched. We all watched games where actually it was the centre backs that saved his ass. How many clearances did he make? Thiago Silva make? Even people like Badiashile, who was having a stinkover season, had to mop up after this geezer. From passes he made to the opposition, from fumbles he made in the box. I mean, he got away with a lot, and even created a lot of issues, giving the ball, taking away our leads by giving the ball to opposition. Look, the truth is Sanchez is not a good goalkeeper. We've wasted money on him. At least own it. Okay, fine. You've spent money, you've given this guy a contract. He has to go. I don't know in what world people look at Petrovic and look at Sanchez and say that Sanchez is better than Petrovic. It's delusional. It's insane. I can't see how Petrovic, in any way, shape, or form, can play second fiddle to Sanchez. And that is something that's making me a little bit worried about Maresca. You're going to start off like that? Okay, fair enough. We know we need a new goalkeeper. Fair enough. But Sanchez cannot be the number two. And if you're going to start off with that delusion that he can be in any way, shape, or form, any kind of Chelsea goalkeeper, bench or not, that's a bit of a red flag for me. I'm concerned. You know, it's just the reality. He is not good. You know, it reminds me of the whole Saul Niguez situation we had, where people were clamoring for him to come. He came to the Chelsea midfield and he was a disaster. He showed us who he was. So you better believe it. Thank goodness we had the good sense not to give him a permanent contract. Look, it is what it is. We've made a mistake on Rob Sanchez. He has to go. Trouble is, will anybody buy him? That in itself will tell you how bad a goalkeeper is. He
He
is.
is on a 1,000-year contract, right?
Well, it's unfortunate. I think we have to just bite the bullet there. Either buy him out of his contract, he's not on exceptional wages, or stick him in the reserves. That's just the reality. I know his friends in the coaching staff would not want to do that, but this is the problem. This is why you should not have personal relationships with people in your team. You shouldn't have that. You should be above that. This guy is not good. He is not, he is a bad goalkeeper. That's just the reality. So anybody trying to pretend otherwise, it's insane to me. I just can't see it. Sorry, I will not advocate for that. It's nonsense. It's a complete nonsense. It's got to be Petrovic. Okay, get somebody more experienced or more capable than Petrovic. I will accept that. I think Petrovic is a developing goalkeeper, and I think he did very well considering the stage of his development. He saved Chelsea a lot last season. He could come out and collect crosses. He knew when to play it long, and when he played it short, you didn't have your heart in your mouth and palpitations as you did with Petrovic, with Sanchez. Anytime the ball came anywhere near Sanchez, I was scared. In fact, just as much so as I was with Kepa. So I'm sorry, I'm not having that with Sanchez at all. I am not
Wow.
any way, shape, or form. Quote me, yes, quote me. I've made a couple of bold statements already in terms of the striker. This guy, he's not it at all. Sorry.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that as much as I'm inclined to again, if I'm going by eye test alone, I'd say Petrovic is the better goalkeeper. But numbers say Sanchez did better. But here's the thing: somebody talks about sweeper keeping. Both didn't do well in terms of being a sweeper. None of them. I don't know any of them to be a good sweeper keeper. They're actually on par in that aspect with Petrovic
Coach,
edging
can I
just
please
one second with Petrovic edging Sanchez just a little bit. I think we need a better goalkeeper than both. And I thank goodness we're looking. Go ahead, Bobby.
Sorry, I just need to interject this point because I think that's also slightly disingenuous on Petrovic. People are saying, as a sweeper keeper, they're both almost at par. And I beg to differ. Sanchez is a million times worse than Petrovic. I do not remember one instance where Petrovic miscontrolled the ball, where he fumbled the ball, where he passed to the opposition, where he
Yep.
created a situation where the defense was under pressure because of his passing. To the contrary, his passing was a million times better than Sanchez. Okay,
100% Bobby.
okay, he may not be Allison, he may not be Edison, who, believe me, I have a few question marks of them on the ball. Being on the ball is not a goalkeeper's forte. But did Petrovic fumble the ball? Not at all. So I don't know why we want to bracket him with Sanchez because all of a sudden, because Maresca said he likes Sanchez, everybody has to agree with him and say that there's something good about Sanchez. There's nothing good about Sanchez. He is not on the same level as Petrovic. I'll be so bold as to say that. Why? Because it's true. I'm sorry, but I just had to get that in there. What are we doing
Yeah,
here?
yeah. Look, it's let me just add onto that, coach. Maresca didn't say that he prefers Sanchez. That's just a report that came out, but it's not made clear. It's just a speculation. So we don't know if he chose Sanchez or not. It's just speculation, first of all, and it's too quick really to choose like that. But a key stat there, as you can see, the short passing. That is probably the most important part of the Maresca system is the short passing, quick short passing, which I kept saying, and a lot of people were saying no, 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 no. Um, Sanchez is way better at passing than Petrovic. For me, even in the eye test, but now even the stats there, which I don't really look at stats normally, but that just shows you he's much better at short passing, and that is the key one there, short passing. That is the most important under that system. You need to be able to pass the ball short very well. because you have two more people in, two more passing lanes open, two more people coming back with the inverted as well. The short passing is key for me, and that stat shows it there that Petrovic is much better at short passing. The long passing one the stat is very misleading, because if you hit the ball long and the player touches it with the head, that is considered a successful pass in stats. So for me, that stat was always misleading. I don't look at that stat at all. The long passing stat, like I said, it's half of it is not really real. That long passing stat. So I just wanted to add that in there about the passing for Sánchez and Petrovic.
What's the most important? Even if you're in the chat, the long passes or short passes or just overall distribution ability from what we've been hearing. I think overall distribution ability.
Look,
what do you think is most important under Maresca?
You can pass longer very well. But like Bobby was saying, Petrovic didn't only one error that he made the whole season he played. One error. Sánchez had a double digits, even more than that, close to 20. And let's not forget, Sánchez did lose his place under the Zerbi for what? Because he did not play the ball out well. He kept losing the ball. Drops organizations. He needs him to pass. He needs a keeper like that. And he dropped him for the number 2 keeper still. Actually, he was number 3rd keeper. He came in as a starting because he was the ball distribution keeper that played big passes out of defense. So he even lost his spot under the Zerbi for the exact same reason, which that's why I don't buy he only played a certain amount of games with Chelsea.
You there, Dante? Are you there, Dante? All right, it looks like we lost Dante. I think he's going to come back. He's still, but here's the thing, given what we're hearing, but I'm going to use a poll anyway, so I'm going to leave the goalkeeper position open and come back to it in a bit. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go longer. We still have 122 people watching, 30 of those on YouTube, the rest on X. And if you're following the show on X, please kindly drop a like on the video and also share the video and follow our X account if you haven't. That sounds weird. X account. I'm not sure what to make of that. But that's, by the way, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. So we're going to use a poll to ask the question. Let's see. Let's do the poll. Starting goalkeeper is the question we're going to ask, and I think that position, I think we'll end up signing another goalkeeper that will become the number 1 goalkeeper. I get it. The reports out there suggest that we're looking for a goalkeeper to push a Sánchez to do better, but in my opinion, I think we're most likely looking for a goalkeeper, a well-rounded goalkeeper that can be the starter. Starting goalkeeper. Okay, starting goalkeeper number 1. Just give me 1 second here. Starting goalkeeper 1, Sánchez, and then Petrovic. Okay, there you go. Let's get back to the Dante. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, got cut off.
Okay. No worry, we'll get back. Let's let the people choose. I think I think majority would choose Petrovic, but let's find out. Left back, that's not as simple as it sounds. I would take Broja. I like Broja, and if you guys want to talk about him a bit, Broja, he has that mentality, very strong mentality. He's excellent at stopping penalties. His distribution is excellent. He's good on the ball, in my opinion, and he's 6'6". I think he'd do well, and plus he's Chelsea Academy product, and he has strong belief in his abilities, and that makes a whole lot of difference. I would take Broja anytime, I would take him over the Leicester City goalkeeper, and I think he comes cheaper. Actually, the Leicester City goalkeeper, I heard his valuation is around 45 million pounds, and that's a lot of money, in my opinion. So left back, I think Cucurella, given. Let's go with Cucurella right now. That's because Renato Veiga he's unproven in the Premier League yet. Until he proves himself, we can't just go straight to saying that he will be the starting left back. but I'm going to say Cucurella here
It's,
for
it's
reasons
pretty
we've talked
obvious,
about.
Cucurella, I think, coach.
You think it's going to be Cucurella?
Well, he just had the tournament of his life, best left back in the Euros. I think that's a pretty clear option. Cucurella's number one.
But are you saying that with authority, or are you just saying that because he finished well in the Euros? Because here's the thing, let's
No,
be
I'm saying
honest.
that with authority because he
With
played
authority and with the fact his performance speaks volumes. But irrespective,
exactly and
we know quite
inverts.
well that Ben Chilwell will start the season. But that doesn't mean that he should be part of
Yeah,
the
he'll
our
start the
strongest
first
11.
couple of
Yeah.
preseason games because because Cucurella's still on holidays, but that doesn't mean anything for the start of the season.
Hmm.
I don't believe. I think Cucurella will be back in time, and he'll have a couple of weeks before the season starts to train and that. But I still think the first game of the season, you'll still see Cucurella number one.
Yeah, I think he deserves it to be the starting left back there for now. I know, but I know Veiga, Renato Veiga is well equipped to be the starting left back, but until that is proven, he shouldn't be part of the strongest 11. But maybe Bobby, let's hear you. Left back, the strong. Who do you think starts?
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. It's a no-brainer until we know otherwise.
Hmm.
Cucurella has to start. That's his position to lose, to be honest.
Hmm.
He has just had a barnstorming Euros. He didn't put a foot wrong. Towards the end of the season, he added another string to his bow in that he could invert into the midfield, which is very important. He's vertically challenged, which means him as centre back is not a reasonable option, but it is an option in an emergency. Um, I think he is a very good player, and he'll take some shift in there. Renato Veiga will have to really be an upgrade in order to knock him off his perch. As for Ben Chilwell, unfortunately, he and his injury record has put himself in a position where he still has something to prove. He's got to prove to us that he can give us a season for us to be able to trust him. I don't think anybody from the Chelsea fan base takes Ben Chilwell seriously anymore. It's a matter of now we see you, now you don't. We're not going to be fooled by that flattering to deceive business. He comes, you see him all full of beans in the beginning of the season, jumping up and down, and then before you know it, flashbang, wallop is out on the injury table. We're not fooled by that anymore. So I'm not even reckoning with Ben Chilwell right now.
All right, Bobby, you're right back. Let's go to since we're still with you. You're right back. I need to add a photo
Um,
there to be complete. Yeah, you're right back, Bobby. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I mean, Malo Gusto is an excellent footballer. We all know this, but he's got to be rotational. Our right back has quite simply got to be Reece James. That's our best player. Another one that has something to prove in terms of his fitness for a whole season. But every time right back, you've got to start with Reece James. I mean, whenever he was 70% fit, even 50% fit, he'll come on and he'll clearly make a difference. Perfect example of that keeps very much in my head was his cross to Jackson for that goal. That headed goal. Gosh, I've forgotten who it was against. Was it against Villa?
And the goalkeeper was expecting him to put the cross to be on the carpet, and he realized that and raised the ball, leaving the goalkeeper stranded because the goalkeeper was off his line. But go ahead, I remember
Yeah,
that
I
quite
mean
vividly.
he is a game changer. There was a program I was watching. People were saying, Chelsea don't have great game changers." We have quite a few already in the squad, of which Reece James, if he's fit, is one, and Nkunku, if he's fit, is another. Um, we've got people like Jackson that can suddenly do something out of nowhere, and of course Cole Palmer, to mention but four. We have a lot of game changers in that team. The likes of Carney. He can come off the bench, he can be on the pitch and be a game changer. So we do have them. It's just that they're young and they're not really everyday household names. But are they there? They're definitely there. Even Noni on his day can be a game changer, and he's proved that. So they are there, but my right back has simply got to be Reece James.
I think I agree. As much as I like Gusto, they have to be rotating. The reason isn't going to start every game. I think especially when we get back to the Champions League and have a lot more games to play, I think we need them both. If the manager isn't a good manager, then it becomes difficult to keep them both. Chilwell causes us high cholesterol. I agree. James at right back. Yep, I agree with you. I'd rather have Lukaku in goal than Sánchez. I think, let's see, we're using the poll because, yeah, everybody's opinion here matters. Constantine Dante, the two center backs for you. I'm going to go with Tosin and Levi Colwill because I don't see Wesley Fofana starting the season. He's been out for like 1,000 years. I get it. He's fully fit and has been training for a while, but I don't see him starting the season. That's just my opinion. Chances are we'd see him start the season. But let's hear you, the two center backs, if we're building the strongest 11 under Enzo Maresca. Let's hear you, Constantine Dante.
Yeah, just with the right back quickly. Yeah, James obviously right back, but it'll be interesting to see what Maresca does with that position because we know he likes to invert left back and right back quite a lot in some games. So I'm interested to see who plays there and who he inverts for that role when that's
I think
needed. Will
James
he
can.
invert James in the? Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see that one. But yeah, I agree. They'll both play. I think you got to manage James smartly. He should be coming off if the game's won or something. He should be coming off early every game, and Gusto should be getting on every game basically. So I think he's just got to be smart with that, and because really this is James' last chance. His new titanium hamstrings, if they don't hold up, that could be the end for Reece James, to be honest, because if even after surgery they still break, then it's a massive problem. So this is really his last chance to prove his fitness. That yeah, so that's very important to see what
So
happens
you
there.
think if he suffers a long-term injury this time, the owners would look to move on from him?
If it's a hamstring, 100%. If it's a hamstring, after you repair your hamstring surgically, before he had that excuse because no, never done it surgically because they didn't believe in that. They believed in the natural way and the natural path. And but finally that caught up to him, and they decided with him and his family that he's going to go do the surgery and get it done that way, because that way the percentage is much higher that it won't happen again. But if that does happen again, that it's a serious problem. And yeah, it's first of all, it's going to be hard for him to ever play because it's probably a hereditary problem that it will always get it. Second of all, it will be hard to sell as well and move on because who's going to buy him then? Who's going to buy damaged goods? No one. So yeah, that it's very important. It's a very important season for Reece James and also for the captaincy. That's another very important point. If he gets injured again, not on the field, I'm sorry, but you can't be captain. I already have my doubts him being a captain anyway. But if he gets another injury, well, that's pretty much it. Anyway,
All
sorry
right.
about that. I wanted to
No
add a
worries.
bit.
Give us your two center backs.
Yeah, are we talking about best or we're talking about to start the season?
When we're saying the strongest 11, you can. I
Strongest?
mean,
Yeah,
you can
Fofana's on the
consider a lot
right.
of factors. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Who?
it'll be Fofana, KK Fofana, and yeah, I'd Colwell probably. Yeah, Colwell. I actually like Tosin much better than Colwell. I think he's a better player than Colwell, and he's much better on the ball than Colwell. But unfortunately, I think Colwell's got one of those contracts that he has to play every game.
You think?
It looks like it was the case under the previous management, and the stuff he keeps saying that he talks in media and everywhere he says. Basically, he needs to start and play every game, or else he's moving on. Basically, that's the vibe I keep getting from him. Everywhere he comments, everywhere he talks, he sees himself as a starter, or if not a starter, move on.
Yeah, Mabas again talks about Sarr. Then nice to see you. Nemanja Fowler is the one that talked about Sarr here. Sarr is gone, confirmed by Fabrizio Romano. Wow, 100,000 weekly saved. That's a lot of money. Um, Tosin will be a perfect, excuse me, will be a perfect captain, and I think he's going to be a starter. And it says, I hope Reece James doesn't get an injury this season. I hope so too, because yeah, he's a difference maker. Sarr would join Learns, according to Fabrizio Romano. Thank you for that information. We appreciate that. I prefer Colwell and Tosin. I prefer, yeah, Colwell and Tosin for me. Then if again, I don't know, or maybe, but we don't know who starts. It's not going to be easy, but we're saying we're going by what we believe will be our strongest 11. This is not predicting the manager's strongest 11, starting 11, because we don't know him yet. You have to get to see, um, experience some pattern to be able to predict this manager's lineup. Gallagher on the move to Atletico Madrid. Is it happening? Tosin will be fighting for Fofana's position. I think he will be starting. And it doesn't matter whether you're left footed or not. I think Tosin and Fofana can actually start. But Fofana, for me, I wouldn't pick him when building our strongest 11 because he's been out for 1,000 years. How good he comes back, I don't know. Bobby, let's hear your opinion. The two center backs.
Sorry, I was needing to unmute. Yeah, I mean, this is an interesting one. Um, well, surprise, surprise. I have to agree with Dante, just to rewind about the whole Reece James situation. I think he
Mhm.
is our best player, but another hamstring injury could really be a bridge too far for him as far as the
Because no
club is
sentiments in
concerned.
business, right? No saying,
Well,
okay,
yeah,
let's
and
manage them.
also, you're investing a lot of money, you're paying him top wages every week, and he's not playing for you. He has to give us a full season. That's what he's there for. So let's wait and see. I don't want to jinx the guy, but that's just the reality where he's concerned. Um, Centre backs is very interesting. Um, I know people are salivating over the Colwill Fofana centre back pairing. I also agree that Colwill, maybe he's not contracted to play every week. I think that would be foolish because you can open yourself up to a kind of
Mhm.
lawsuit. But I think he was encouraged that he would be given priority game to game time. And I'm not necessarily against that. I think he's a developing centre back. I think he will be a very good centre back. People tend to forget that a lot of his folly last season was that he wasn't playing centre back at all. He was playing left back because of his physicality. And when he was centre back, he didn't really do much wrong. So, on that premise, he still has to prove himself. But on that premise, I'm going to surprise people and go for Colwill Tussin centre back pairing. I
Cohen,
think
Tosin
Colwill and
here.
Tussin. Yeah, I think Fofana will be rotational. He has his fitness to prove, and if he proves himself to be that guy, he will then certainly step into that centre back pairing more regularly. But to start with, I can see a Tosin, um, um, a Colwill centre back pairing, Fofana benching, and Badiashile, if we keep him, also benching. I think we're going to get rid of Disasi, unfortunately for him, but I don't really see if all these guys say stay fit. I think he has to be the weakest link. Now, I haven't even mentioned Chalobah because people keep talking about him being sold. I don't think Chalobah wants to be sold, but if he is, we can survive without him. It will be a very, very big shame, and it will be with a heavy heart seeing him go, especially as a Chelsea boy. But he's another one that may and is likely to
I
be
think
sold.
I think Bobby, irrespective of I know the fact that you like him and you've
I
actually
do.
you were one of the first that said that told everyone he's gonna do well as a six, and it turns out he did well as a six when paired with Moises Caicedo. But I think
Yeah.
your love for him it's clouding your judgment to an extent. Even though we have Dewsbury-Hall, I don't think he should stay. It's not gonna be good for him. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to make my love for him cloud my judgment, as I did with Gallagher. I think if there's a reasonable market that he wants to accept, I think he will be sold. And with a heavy heart, I say that because I don't think he did anything wrong. I think he proved himself when he got fit to be Chelsea's best centre back last season, in my opinion. But going forward, it's still a huge question mark on Fofana, whether he will stay fit as well. But going forward, I think the defensive centre backs will be Tosin and Colwill. It's theirs to lose in terms of starting and being first choice. You and I both know that during the course of the season, all these centre backs are going to get enough game time, especially if we progress in the cup competitions that we're in. But as a start, I can't see beyond Tosin and Colwill. I like the sort of leadership that Tosin has. You don't have to be a name to be a leader. In fact, I'd rather you weren't a name and that you come out there and do your thing rather than have a huge name behind you and end up being a bit of a Harry Maguire.
Maguire is in trouble. He was so bad that he was referenced in a speech in the Ghanaian parliament meeting. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come back to you guys. The poll peaks Petrovic 54% to 45%. But I think Sanchez most likely, maybe because of politics or maybe because of numbers, the fact that numbers show he did better last season than Petrovic. But if I'm gonna go with eye test alone, I'd pick him. But let's see what happens. This is more like the people's decision. If I want to do my Chelsea strongest 11, I know who I'm gonna pick. But I wouldn't start Fofana, Badiashile, and Axel. I think Badiashile has a future at Chelsea. He's an excellent player, but was out of form after returning from injury. I think Fofana is not fully fit. I'd say that. I'm not going to go with not fully fit. I'm just going to go with the fact that he hasn't played. He hadn't played for a while. I don't think he starts the season. I don't think he starts the season. That's my opinion. And Tosin, he's a capable player. He's excellent aerially, excellent on the ball, excellent passing range. But I'm going to put up another poll to ask the question: who pairs Levi Colwill? I think we agree. Levi Colwill may end up being the starting uh, uh, left centre back, but I think Badiashile is better than him aerially. Maybe they measure in terms of their passing range, but we get to that in a bit. I'll put up a poll. I think Fofana is not fully fit. Maybe that's the right way to put it. Imagine Colwill, Tosin. I'm not going to read that. Let's see. Besides hoping that Reece James are not getting injured, I've realized that Reece James has gained weight. Maybe he's become a bit bulkier, but that's not a bad gain. I don't think it's the same as gaining weight. Maybe. I could be wrong. I would send this to see out on loan and keep Chalobah. I think it would be, again, if the club, if he doesn't fit, probably will get sold. Cucurella, I'm not reading that. Just leave me alone. I have a show to host here. Now, the man from LA is saying I am very surprised is today things are popping up. I told you to be patient, that outgoings will be facilitated in due time, and it looks like it's happening right now. KDH and Caicedo midfield 3, we get to that in a bit. And we know sometimes the manager will go with a 4-2, 4-2-3-1. One more structure that I have to add, the one with 5 attacking players, with 5 players in the attacking area. But we're not doing that right now. Let's stick with 4-3-3 structure and keep it easy. So I'm going to put up a poll to ask people here, who pairs Levi Colwill, because we on the panel will all agreed Colwill has a place, and Dante thinks because that's the clause in his contract which demands he plays a certain amount of game. I think otherwise, but the question now is who pairs Colwill if we're building Chelsea's strongest 11. In my opinion, I don't think really that Fofana should count right now until he proves he can do what led to us paying that much money for him. So let's start the poll and ask who pairs Colwill. But while we're at it, in the midfield 3, Dante, who starts centrally?
Yeah, coach, just one quick question for you and Bobby. So you think Fofana being 75 million, our most expensive signing ever as a defender, does not come into play?
No, not right now. That's for me. With all due respect, being sentimental. He's been out for a while. You get
Yeah,
my
but
point.
he
I
was
still
first.
think.
Yeah, he's been
I
training
still
for a
think.
while.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's been training for months. He's not.
Yeah,
He
but
actually been
that's the
training for
difference
months. Probably the
between
fittest player.
again.
Should be the fittest
Go
player
ahead. Go
there.
ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, he's the fittest player, the defender we probably have, because he's been training hard for the last few months, really hard, doing it on his own. Started much earlier than everyone. Continued training throughout the Euros and throughout preseason. He kept training to be so he can be first on that team sheet. From what he was saying, to be a starter. I just see the 75 million price tag as a little tiny, you know, advantage towards
You
that.
think that will wield an influence as to with regards to whether he starts or not?
It always does. It pretty much always does. When you
But even though he's
spend a
been out
player,
for a while, that's a
it
factor I
always does.
mentioned. I've
It
always
always
known
comes into
that again the
play
price tag
every
will
single
always.
time, basically.
Okay.
Actually, if I can just rewind a bit, when we were talking about our starting right back, we did fail to mention that Reece James won't even be available for the first 3 games of the
Yeah, but
season.
we're not
So,
saying like the starting 11 for the first game. But go ahead. We know
so
he's gonna
that
miss 5 games,
leaves,
right?
Gusto
yeah,
will start.
three,
Yeah,
three, yeah.
Three,
So
three in total. Okay.
3 games. So that's going to be influential for the first bit. And yeah, I get the point about Wesley Fofana. I get it. I see value in that, but I don't think that holds much water because of his injury record. I think he'll be kind of wrapped in cotton wool a bit, and he will have to earn his place. Now, will it take a lot for him to earn his place? Of course not. I don't think so. I think, he's that good. But the physicality and aerial strength of somebody like Tosin, if he's good on the ball, I can't see him being shaken off either. So the person that may find himself in a rotational position could well be Colwill. It's going to be interesting to watch because Fofana can occupy the centre left back position, centre back on the left, albeit he's right footed. It'll be an interesting thing to watch. Also, Fofana can play right back, and at least in the absence of Reece James for those first 3 games, they may choose to put him there. But I'd rather we have these sort of problems than we don't. I think it's a very healthy thing for a team to have players that you're thinking, oh gosh, how can I put him there when I've got him? How can I put him there? That is really where a good tactician and a good coach earns his money.
Hmm. Interesting point right there. Dante, before you talk about who plays central in that midfield three, flanked by the 2 8s, I'm going to come. There's something here in the chat I'd like you to address. I'll get to it in a bit. Enzo in the Toni Kroos role, like in the deep line playmaker that he is. That's how I see him. Caicedo in the right center midfield, with KDH in the left center role, in the 4-3-3 structure. And we'll also flip it to 4-2-3-1 and talk about okay who starts where in that structure. Let's see. Victor Roque to Chelsea. No, I don't want him. That's just me. Let's remember Reece James got a red card in the last game. Yep, we know. So he will not play a few. Yep, we know that. But this is more like the strongest 11, irrespective of whether that person is serving a suspension or not. They can be selected. I'm not sure we need two ball. Yeah, that's the talk there. Dante, what do you make of this? Two ball playing center backs, and I think I've been spoiled. I can't. You could say clear that off my memory since the days of Thomas Tuchel when we had Rudiger. For me, I don't count him as a ball playing center back. Uh, he brings the balance whenever he was paired with either Andres Christensen or Thiago Silva. He brings the balance there, and I think having two ball playing center backs could potentially, you can say, create some problems. What do you think, Dante?
in Maresca's system, that is critical. You need two
So
ball
it's
playing
not an
centre backs.
issue, but critical.
You need two ball playing centre backs in Maresca's system. And we luckily we do have that. Tosin, we know he's a very good passer. Fofana is probably the best out of all of them at playing with the ball, dribbling
In
and
terms of
passing.
passing range, I think I disagree. I think the only thing Fofana is better than all of them is driving with the ball, and he can be
And
aggressive
dribbling, yeah,
too,
and dribbling and getting out of
and
tight
dribbling. Yeah,
spaces. He's very press proven. Yeah, he can do it. He's very good at that. His legs, his KK legs help him do that quite a bit. He confuses the opposition. Um, yeah, so we
you
actually
had to
have that.
say
We have that
that,
in
didn't you?
Badiashile. He's very good on the ball. Colwill is good, but is not as good in my opinion as the rest. Maybe it helped him a bit playing left back last season. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise to be a bit better at passing the ball, and he can pass a longer ball, but not as good. He's a bit, yeah, he's a bit. He's one of those that plays with his head down as well. So he's not that comfortable. He's panics a little bit here and there. Um, and when Bobby said that he might be the one, I would personally drop Colwell. I would start Fofana and Tosin if I could, but that's just my personal
But
opinion.
you're inclined to feel to argue that his starter because you believe that's a clause in his contract.
Not a clause, but like Bobby was saying, it's something that they kind of talked about, and it's a little bit obvious every time he talks, every time he comes up. It's almost he's saying it. He's basically almost saying it. But yeah, we don't know if that's the truth or not. It's just a hunch. That's all. And basically, he was forced to play left back, even though when we had fit left backs, he still played left back. He was still forced to play, and he still played every game, even when we had fit left backs. Let's not forget that. So something there. Who knows? Maybe there is, maybe there's not. But he kind of gives off that vibe every time he talks as well, and his demands. And every time I hear him talk, he gives that vibe off that he's the starter, no doubt about it. He wouldn't be here if he's not the starter. That's a bit of that's very cocky, very confident, which most players have anyway. But that's a little bit, yeah, it's a bit, you know. And let's not forget the links. He's always linked Liverpool. Bayern Munich were after him. Anyway, we'll move on from that. It's
He's
just a little
always been
hunch.
linked with the move to clubs every season.
That's because his agent apparently, listens to offers. So
To
it
be
is what
fair
it
to
is.
Colwill, he does have an excellent passing range. Certainly last season, Colwill was one of the best passers from defense I could see, especially long range
I think
passing.
he got one assist and could have had more actually.
Long
Yeah,
range
well,
passing, yes. Long
yeah,
range.
if the strikers could finish, yeah.
Long
I
range
don't
passing,
think
he was good. Yes.
yeah, long range, and of course short range is less noticeable. I don't see him as a problem with passing. I really don't. What I think could be an issue, if at all, is this issue of, I would suspect, because all this thing is all speculation, it's all left to be seen. But if you want to play this complete tiki taka, you've got to have good close control, even as a centre back. I'm not
Exactly.
sure his close control. It's not bad, but I'm not sure it's all that. Badiashile has good close control, and to be fair,
Yes.
Badiashile has good ball distribution as well. The guy that falls out in that block bracket is Disasi.
Yep.
And of course,
Yep.
we don't talk about Chalobah, who also has good ball distribution because everybody's made up their mind that he's going to be sold. So it's going to be a tough one. I'm really intrigued to see what happens, and this is where the coach has to earn his money and know how to use these guys. Because look, honestly,
Exactly.
we're going to have enough game time for everybody. I really believe that. Pep Guardiola, all these other managers, they survive on the number of game time they give their team. This is a squad game. You can't play the same 11 every week. And although the centre backs are less taxed than the others, there's the internationals as well. There's going to be enough game time. But is that initial selection, I think, for about the first 5 games, that will be interesting because everybody's raring to go then, and the manager has to be quite skillful in his man management and his tactics to put the right guys out there. Sorry to cut in.
No, well
But
said,
thank you. I
Bobby.
appreciate you for that.
That is the
I'll come
problem.
back to the
Sorry,
panel
coach.
so that Dante can pick
Just
his.
to add quickly onto that, that is the issue I have with Colwill. The tiki taka style, close possession. He does not play with the ball close to his feet. It's far away from his feet. He's not a tiki taka type of player. That's where I say Fofana, Tosin, Badiashile are much better than him at that.
Yeah, Badiashile, we'll see. But Kim, so nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Why would you put Fofana over Gusto in the right back position? Let's see what else we have here. Enzo Caicedo in the double pivot. We get to that in a bit in a 4-2-3-1 structure. Victor Roque, I don't care about his future. But Kim, so once again, Enzo and in my best 11. Okay, and you have to elaborate why. Why is that the case, Kimso? But Kimso will start asking questions. Have you found one? You let it know. If not, hello to you too, Sabam. Sabam, I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Anything else to address here before we get back to the lineup building exercise? I think Sabam had a comment somewhere. We need left-footed CB in 11. It's been Colwill. It's going to be Colwill or Badiashile. Both are left-footed, and Renato Veiga can also play there too. Colwill played at left back because Poch didn't like Cucurella's height. Poch also didn't like the height of the Dutch international. What's his name again? Ian Matson. Anything else to address here before I go to the very bottom here? Badiashile cannot defend. I think he can. I think we're judging him based on what we saw when he returned from that long-term injury. He struggled a bit for a while. I'm not going to blame anybody for that, but I just recognize that he was out for a while. And yep, our defense is me. To be honest, I don't think so. I think we have a good defense, and probably because our midfield didn't do a lot to help protect our defensive line last season. But you could be right, but we'll find out once the season starts. Graham Potter to manage England. Okay, good luck to him. But everyone will play. Let's see who plays. Julius Amon, nice to see you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning, my bro. It looks like he has an update for us exclusive. Samu Omorodion is still Chelsea's main target as new striker. CFC are ready to submit a new bid to Atletico Madrid to try to sign the young player born in 2004, ready a contract until 2031. Wow. Okay, so I don't think we should sign him. I think we should do it, Guiu. We won our last 5 games without Enzo. I'm not going by that. All the Barcelona players and all that, and no, coach, I've stopped the search. I am searching for money. Okay, I'm gonna change that. So you let us know when you become rich. Samuel is still, yeah, I think we've read that, but thank you for that update there, my bro, Julius Samuel. I appreciate you. Anything else to address here? Let's get down. Dante, let's hear you. Who starts essentially in the midfield 3 for you? Who starts this position right here?
Yep. So
I will go with Enzo Fernández because for me, traditionally, I do see him as a deep line playmaker, and that's why whenever he plays further forward, anyway, if he plays it like in the number 10 role, he struggles. Not he struggles, he still do well, but he's never as effective as he can be whenever he plays again as a deep line playmaker or plays as one of the 2-8s, flanking the central guy in a 4-3-3 structure. But let's hear you. Who starts centrally here? We have Romeo Lavia, who I know can fulfill the role effectively. In my opinion, I'd start Romeo Lavia centrally, play Enzo to the left. It doesn't matter. Centrally or on the left here, I think he can still fulfill that role. But let's hear your opinion.
Yeah, well, it will be mostly 4-3. The 4-2-1. He plays that not very rarely. He played that. He didn't play that much at all. And I really, to be honest, I do not want to see the 4-2-3-1 again after our ex. I don't think that really suits our players at all. Maybe in some certain matchups, but even Maresca didn't use it often, very rarely. So I don't expect to see that's not the main formation, that's for sure. The main formation, it will be more 4-3-3, like you say here, with a 6, and that will be Enzo, in my opinion, because that's the type of player
You
he
think
likes
it's
there
going
as
to be
well.
Enzo here?
Yes. So he'll be the
You
deep
don't
lying
think Romeo
playmaker.
Lavia can fulfill that role better? Because I think Romeo Lavia in this position here can help more defensively, and I think
He can,
Lavia is
100%
better at
he can.
and Lavia
But
is better at beating the press than him. Or do you think if Lavia starts on the left hand side, he can also come inwards to do that?
yeah,
Or
coach. So
maybe I don't know.
This is what when I looked quite a bit. So when we're playing really low block teams, when they're the more bottom half teams, when they low block, he actually pushed. So those 3 midfielders all turned into 8s. They pushed up. Okay, and then one of the fullbacks inverted as the lone DM. So you had 3 at the back, 1 defensive midfielder, and you had all those 3 8s. They all became 3 8s in the middle. So you had 6 in the front, 6 attacking players. A lot of people haven't picked that up. I've picked that up watching quite a bit. So he does use that a lot. So in low blocks, there will be Enzo will be moved more forward. So he'll be like another 8. He will not be a 6 deep like lying playmaker. He will then be a number 8. But that's when we're playing
And
against really
just
low
quickly,
block
I know
teams.
probably should be gone in a few minutes. Let me just say hello to you, my friend and sister, Miss Melina. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join. And we keep telling each other that you don't have to do this. You know, I'll still say hello to you and read your comment. But I appreciate your support and thank you. And finally, she says, keep doing the good work, coach. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And remember, if you need me to come talk, discuss again Arsenal versus Chelsea in your channel or any topic you feel like I'll be of good use on the panel for you. Just let me know. You're my friend, and I don't think anything changes that, even though we're rivals. Go ahead, Dante. Apologies.
That's all good. Yeah, big up, Miss Melina. Thank you for that. Yes. So when we play low block teams, we're going to have an extra attacker in the third half. So what I've seen, he likes to push. He would then push that midfielder forward, and he would get obviously one of the backs to invert, and he'll be the lone DM. But I've also seen him do that a lot, pretty much against all the low block teams. Put an actual defensive midfielder on in that position and not play with one of the left back or right backs. So he's done that quite a lot. So it's very versatile, this formation, and the way he plays it. But mostly, yeah, it'll be Enzo to start at that 6 deep line playmaker position, whatever you want to call it in this formation. I'll have him there on the left. Are we doing the left as well?
Yeah, but let's give me the left. Give me your left option.
Okay, so the left would be Caicedo.
Okay.
He would be the number 8, but he's the box-to-box number 8. Let's not forget, he doesn't play straight across. He plays that Caicedo is the one that runs back and forward. He gets involved. He's a box-to-box player. So that's the number 8 box-to-box.
Okay.
And he's perfectly suited for that role because he can do it. But if he plays that role for his national team, and he's the best player basically on that team because of that.
Okay, and how about RCM?
And on the right,
This guy here.
that would be so this is where the interesting one is. Again, depends who we play. It'll be here in Dewsbury-Hall. He'll be the attacking 8, but it can also be Cole Palmer. So it depends who we're playing. If we're going by quality, I would put Palmer there. He's the attacking 8. If we're going to go attacking, very attacking, which will be against all the bottom
But Palmer
half teams.
can also start here.
Yeah, coach, but I'm just going by how he plays, and I know where they're going to play. I already looked. I kind of know where they're going to play. Palmer's not going to play as the right winger to hug the touchline and not be involved in the play. You're not using Cole Palmer
It will
then
almost
for his
always be a
attributes.
fluid approach. We know that. But
Exactly, but no, because he wants his wingers to be touching the sidelines, sitting way wide and waiting for the play to happen. They're not involved in the play as much, and this is where I kept telling you I don't see Palmer playing right wing. Yeah, against low block teams he will, because then it's obvious there's not much space, and then you can. But I don't see him playing right wing against a lot of the teams. I see him Palmer doing that number 8 position, that attacking number 8, and I see a proper winger playing there to keep the width. And this is just analysis I've done how he plays his players, and there's no way Palmer will just sit out on the right wing all the way, touching hugging the touchline, not doing nothing and not being involved in the play. He's not that type of player. You can't play him like that, and he wouldn't agree to that. I doubt he'll agree to play like that. That's something that Noni can do, and obviously any of the wingers can do. Sterling, Noni, Wood, they all can do that. But Palmer is not going to do that, and you can't say the fluid approach, because then that ruins the formation and the build-up. You can't. It does not create any space, so you can't say that it's a fluid approach. But against really low block teams, yeah, you can. Against low block teams, you can, because then it's much more compact, and then he can be involved in the play. That's a little bit different. But against against the better teams, he will not be playing at right wing. He will be playing at the number 8 position where you put KDH. He'll be playing at that attacking number 8 / number 10, whatever you want to call it. But it's an attacking number 8.
I was thinking KDH will probably be on the left and this guy on the right.
No, he played on the right mostly. He played on the right. They had a box-to-box guy that can defend very well as well and go run back, which is Caicedo. Perfect position for Caicedo.
So you're prioritizing your understanding of Enzo Maresca's application of the game. But let me ask you this:
that and the best, and this is the best in my opinion as well. I agree exactly what he.
Tell me why you don't think Lavia has a place in this midfield?
He does in that Enzo role. Yeah, he'll be the rotational with Enzo. He'll be rotating that position. But like I said, if we're playing really low block teams, Lavia will be on the field as well. He'll take one of the left backs or right back off, and Lavia will be that 6 midfield, and Enzo will be moving forward.
So he will be rotating with Enzo.
Rotating, but also playing at the same time, coach. Do you understand what I'm saying?
He can also play on the left, right? I think he can.
He can play the box-to-box as well. He can rotate with Caicedo and Enzo both. But like I said, when they play against low block teams, he'll play all of them together, because Lavia will then come in as the DM and Enzo will push up as an extra attacker, an extra 8.
Mm-hmm. Did you
and
notice?
That's what he will do, because based on what I've seen, he'll 100% he'll do that, because it's exactly what he's done. So I don't see any other way.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. At Leicester City, Dewsbury-Hall plays mainly only when they play with a 4-2-3-1 structure. Is that wrong?
Yeah, because then he can play in the 10.
So in a 4-3-3, you still think he starts?
Depends who we're playing.
Yeah, because I think I've seen that pattern too myself. Dewsbury-Hall
low blocks, yes.
Yeah. Go ahead with what you're saying.
He will not start when we play. I don't think he'll start when we play against really. Depends on the opposition. I don't think he'll start all the games. I think Palmer will start in his position, and he'll put a winger on to start. So I think against some of the better teams, I don't think he'll start against some of the better teams. No, I think he's a rotational player. He didn't buy him, and you're not going to put him ahead of these other players. He will be a rotational player, but he will play a lot of the games as well. But more of a rotational player, in my opinion.
All right. I'll catch up and then I'll go to Bobby in a bit. This here from Chelsea FC Jingles. Big up to you, brother. He says midfield 3. I'll take Enzo, Caicedo, and KDH. But okay. Placement is what I want to know. Kimster says, yeah, we should be on that board. We would make Chelsea great again. Okay. Barcelona has offer. Okay, we're talking about Benny Yedda. Is still available for free, and he is a striker. And my friend once again, sorry, go ahead.
I'm like, Kimso keeps going on all other players except the players we signed, but he talks about everyone else, but not against the players we signed.
Kimso has changed. We used to call him the driver of the panic bus driver. Let's see, and we have Miss Melina here, my friend and sister. Nice to see you once again. I hope you're doing, and I appreciate you finding the time to join. Coach, would you take Taiwa when you're at Chelsea? Nope. I'm sorry. It will suit Nkunku and Palmer 4-2-3-1 structure, but let's see what the manager does. I think there's a lot we will learn with regards to how the manager, placement of players and structure preference. I think the players will have a lot to say with regards to that. Poch is a 4-2-3-1 merchant. We knew that even before he joined us. Thank you so much, Miss Melina. Once again, I appreciate you. I knew you were going to leave immediately, which was why I said, okay, I had to say hello to you. I prefer Lavia as a lone DM. He's used to playing there when he was at Southampton. Even at that, I know him well enough to say, of all the midfielders we have, in my opinion, who can play in again fulfill that you can say sitting DM role, he's better at beating the press than all of them. And he has good passing range, good tackling. Defensively, if he plays centrally, I think he'd do better in terms of protecting our defensive line than Enzo Fernández will. But that's just my opinion anyway. But I think Dante agreed with that. Enzo defensively, I have issues playing him centrally. He gets the job done, but he's not going to do much in terms of protecting our defensive line. But Lavia would, in my opinion. But that's, by the way, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Thank you so much for the encouragement.
Don't forget, coach, he's got help. Inverted.
Sorry?
One of the backs will be inverted, so he'll have
the inverted. Okay, fullbacks will help solve that issue. Yep, that's a very good point right there. Thank you again for the encouragement, Ms. Melina. I appreciate you finding the time to join us. And we have Ankit Rana. Bro, what happened to your account? Palma at number 10 role. It will happen. It depends, but I think he does better whenever he starts operating on the flanks, in my opinion. KDH, Lavia, and Caicedo midfield. I think we'll see that. Miss Melina, a lot of people saying thank you to you. We're like a family here. Enzo is a younger version of Jorginho with much better passing than Jorginho, and his passes he passes forward consistently. Wow, how do they differ? If someone asked me that question, I would say Jorginho would do better at protecting the defensive line. I think he reads the game from a defensive perspective better than Enzo. Jorginho is more of a regista. Enzo, for me, isn't a regista, but you can classify him as that because he's a deep line playmaker. How does that differ? Maybe regista can do more defensively. I don't know how they differ anyway. Maresca made Palmer to play on the right wing when Palmer was at Man City's EDS squad 3-4 years ago. Yep, EE is here. I think Nkunku will be the left 8. That deep? Do you think that too?
No.
No, I don't think so. I'd rather say left forward.
Striker, in my opinion.
Sorry?
For me, he'll be the striker. He'll be the number 9.
Yeah. You think? Okay, we'll see.
Yep.
Against big teams, Palmer should play in the right center midfield, similar to how Odegaard plays at Arsenal under Arteta, with Madueke on the right against low blocks, KDH right center midfield, with Palmer on the right. I think there's a lot we will learn the moment the season starts. It's not going to be that simple. And yep, here's the thing here. You've heard it. Please stop making rude remarks. Yep, I think that's not okay. Mabas, you should know better. Please. And DJ, so big up to you, DJ. Good afternoon. To you too. I hope you're doing well. Play Nkunku up front, Palmer right wing, Jackson left wing. Jackson will do a lot left wing because he tracks back very well. He tracks back very well and reads again very well. Smash the like button, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Sincerely do appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Jackson should be our left wing. He's not a striker. Was never one, but was converted to one because Sevilla at the time had issues. We need good results this season, and I think we'll get them. Miss Melina, great seeing you here. Yep, I respect her so much. Such an intelligent individual, more importantly, and kind-hearted also. Anything else to address here? Mabas, be mindful of the sort of comments you use here. By now, I've been paying attention to that myself, and it's not been the sort of comments you make sometimes. You should be a moderator right now, and you know that. I saw a tweet just now confirming that Gallagher is in talks with Atletico Madrid. Yep, and I've seen, I think, was it from Nini, suggesting that he wants to join Atletico Madrid. So maybe Trippier's what push for him to join Atletico Madrid. Maybe that works. DJ, anything else here to read? Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all. DJs at home today, not at work. Richmond and Makers is saying hello. I don't rate Nani. You don't? Okay, let me not read it as if I'm the one saying what you're saying there. I rate him. I think with a good manager who pays attention how with regards to how the areas he needs to improve, I think he'll become better. But I'm gonna come to you, Bobby. The midfield three. Do you agree or do you differ? Bobby, you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here. I was kept out of the loop for so long. I've even lost track of where you are. But listen,
And expected you
it,
to come in immediately, right?
yeah, it's just well, anyway, I don't even want to get into that. It's not important. But listen, I always get amused when I look at the absolution of when we have all these segments about team lineups and so on.
Mm.
In this squad, I can assure you there's only going to be about three, maximum four players that will play game in, game out, and even they're going to be rotated and get to have a rest. Formations will have to change. We have five substitutions, and we have numerous, please God, that we go far in competitions, numerous games with which to occupy these players. So looking at things in absolution, to me, I just think it's a bit redundant. But it is what it is. You have to have a starting 11 in any game, those that will first go out and touch the pitch. Whether there will be those that will be the players on the pitch after 90 minutes is left to be seen. I like our squad. I think we have a healthy depth of talent. And I am 100% certain that we have to and we will rotate. We have to and we will rotate. One thing I have made up my mind going forward, I'm going to switch off from completely, is the usual Chelsea fan base cluttering. First few games of the season. Oh, why so and so on the bench? Oh, he's going to leave. Oh, we should sell him. Oh, he's wasting time on the bench. That is part of modern day winning football. Some of these players that we love so much are going to start the season as bench warmers, and they will come on here and there before, maybe, depending on injuries and suspension and the like, they have a huge run in the squad. That is football. If you want anything else, go and support Sheffield Wednesday or support West Brom. That ain't happening at Chelsea, doesn't happen at Madrid, doesn't happen at Man City, doesn't happen at any of the top echelons of football. So if you want that, you're supporting the wrong team. As for our team, I don't know what formation we're looking at here. Is it 4-3-3?
Yeah, 4-3-3. Based on the formation he used mainly at Leicester City.
The regista, the ball distributor. Is that what is going to be for all of 90 minutes? No, we have five subs. Then your Dewsbury-Hall can come on and in some games even start. But for me, I'm just looking at it. Okay, first game, who would you start? I'll start those three. Going forward, I don't know if we're doing the whole team, part of the team, or what. But going forward, the three attackers, well, certainly we have to have uh, Cole Palmer on your right. In the middle, I'll go along with everybody else. I think Nkunku will start a lot of the time as a striker. Sometimes he'll drift to the left. It all depends. But for me, my starting would be Cole Palmer on the right, Nkunku centre, Jackson on the left. But who comes in during the course of the season and during the course of the pre-season? Who else we buy, who else we sell, will certainly have a big say in that. But for me, that starting lot will be just that. I mean, even now we're looking at us. For me, I'm looking at the starting goalkeeper as Petrovic. But you never know who else we're going to buy in that goalkeeping position because we're certainly looking. So that would be my team to start with, and that is a very, very, very strong team indeed. That will give
But you
anybody
you you
a
had
problem.
issue with who starts central here in a midfield three.
In a midfield three, the person, although remember these guys aren't going to be static, but the person that will rotate centrally, they will all rotate that position. But if you're looking at at a static point, your central positioning of those three will be Lavia at the back, Enzo in the middle, Caicedo ahead of them. That's how I'll see it. Now, people are going to say, oh, Caicedo is not really a playmaker. I beg to differ. I think he's a winner and a playmaker and can do what what's his name, Gallagher does and some. It's going to be really interesting. The system of play is definitely going to change. It needs changing. The quality of that squad is going to blow people's mind. It's going to take them by surprise. Because even now, I'm sure both of you will be thinking, "Wow, we got a better team than I thought." And this is just trying to pick a team. Look at what the bench is going to look like. You're going to have people like Carney there. You're going to have goodness Dewsbury-Hall. That is you're going to have Renato Veiga. You got these people. What's his name? Malo Gusto. These are the people coming off the bench. There was somebody complaining about game changers at Chelsea. Not anymore, mate. Watch them this season. Trust me, that's a team and a half there.
Hmm. All right, let's see. Would you guys take Oscar Bob? I don't know him too well to argue about that. And Chelsea is saying good rising talent, but maybe on loan. Let's see what else we have here. I believe that the midfield of KDH, Caicedo, and Enzo will be our best midfield with someone like Renato Veiga, Cucurella, Gusto, or James in the midfield, or Veiga starting here because he can invert. I think. Veiga wouldn't be a bad idea in my opinion, but he needs time. I don't think he'll start the season, but once he starts, I think he's going to keep his place.
Coach, sorry to cut
Nkunku,
in. Just one final point on this matter.
mhm.
Have you not noted that, look, this inverting midfield, we can switch very easily from a 3 to a 5-man midfield. I think that's crucial in terms of meeting the press because people are going to press us. If we're playing tiki-taka, the counter to that, they're going to think is a high press. If you flood the midfield, you beat the high press because your passing angles are reduced. If they go on a low block, you beat the low block because your numbers that you have to pass through to walk through these players that are creating walls are increased.
Mhm.
That is a very formidable team. Trust me, I've said this time and time again. The season hasn't even started. If we stay fit, we have every chance to finish in the top four.
Yeah. And Kim, so I think if we have the need to sign as many players as they're signing, I think we'd be saying that we're winning the transfer window right now. We've always made the right signing. They are restructuring. They started from afresh, just like we did when we signed as many players as we did sign last transfer window, I think, or last two transfer windows. Jackson left wing, I think he would do well there, in my opinion. But we'll see what the manager does with him. I think the team that coach created will probably get top four. Not just me, we're working together here. We still have a poll deciding who pairs Colwill, and it looks like the vote says, yeah, it's going to be Tosin, but we'll give it more time. Um, Caicedo, Ramirez 2.0, I think they're different. I think they're different. Ramirez definitely quicker, definitely better defensively. I'm not sure. I haven't taken my time to compare them to see how they differ. Which striker should Charleston sign? We'll answer that question right later on. Now, right now, we have. Let's cover up this and DJs and Maresca seems to be choosing Sánchez as his number one goalkeeper. But I have read reports that Maresca might let Petrovic move on. And as you called it, reports. We'll see what happens. Again. if I have to choose, I choose Petrovic to start over Sanchez. But if I'm going by the numbers, what the numbers tell us, I'd start Sanchez over him. And that's a defense. To his defense, he joins us at the time when you could argue he was a bit rusty because he hadn't played for a while before we signed him, and boom, Kepa had to leave for Real Madrid, and he probably didn't expect to be starting games for Chelsea at the time. And the argument will also come up that he had issues with De Zerbi at the time at Brighton because of his passing range. So there are so many reasons, but we'll find out what the manager does. But the good thing is that just after 2 weeks of training, the manager has said, I think we need a better goalkeeper. And I'm going to stick with that. Gilchrist, I'm not sure we're interested. Anything else to address here? Lunin to Chelsea, what happened? I think it was all rumors. And the rumors at the time was that the deal was just pending announcement. I think due to the physicality of the Premier League, Veiga will be left centre back and James will invert. Possibly. But I love Veiga. I know he will cope with the physicality of the Premier League. He's a big kid, can be aggressive, excellent on the ball. I like him so much. Enzo is like Rabiot. Okay, Rabiot, whatever it's pronounced. Veiga, as a DM, he will do well too. I like him well enough. But beyond that, I think he's capable of that. Anything else to address here? So Dante, let's hear you. Let's move on to the front. Do you agree with Bobby's selection there?
Yeah, well, depends. Like I said, it's very confusing. It just depends who we're playing. But yeah, look, I would have Nkunku as my striker, 100%. Nkunku striker. Yes, against low block teams, Palmer would be that right wing. Against other teams, he would not. Jackson, he will be the rotational with Nkunku as for that striker position. Sometimes on the left, maybe, but I do see more of a winger playing there, a proper winger I'm talking about, and that would probably be Mudryk or Sterling. I'm probably gonna go for Mudryk to play there. Like I said, depends who we're playing again. If we're playing against low block teams, Jackson can play there, no problem. That's fine. This lineup is fine against low block teams, great. But if we're playing against other teams where we need to keep the width against the better teams, Jackson will not play at that left wing position. No, he may play start striker, or come off the bench as striker, but not as a left winger. No, you will see Sterling or Mudryk there to keep that width. And yeah, in my opinion, that's from what I've seen and what I think as well. I agree with Maresca, what he sort of did at Leicester. I actually agree exactly what he did. So, yeah, that's how I see it. So it's hard to just put Jackson there now, but it's like I said, it depends on the games. If we're going by the best player overall, then yeah, the better players, maybe we can leave it like that. But otherwise, yeah, that's sort of my opinion on it. It's interchangeable, pretty much like what Bobby said as well. It is very interchangeable because it will depend a lot on who we're playing. But quality-wise of the player, there's not too much difference between a lot of them. So in the wing, Jackson, and Nkunku,
Here's
Jackson.
why I think the application here says, again, we know they're going to rotate a lot. It's a fluid approach. Almost always will be a fluid approach. Nkunku isn't starting here to stay there forever. You can see him on the left, or then while Jackson comes central. Even if Jackson starts central, you can see Nkunku on the left or on the right. But go ahead with what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly correct. But this is the thing, against low block teams, yes, it will be you'll have the fluidity there. But against the better teams, you're not having a fluid approach, because that does not work. That completely ruins the system. It leaves you vulnerable. You're not going to have as much of the ball. It's completely different. So against the better teams, you're not playing like this. You're not having Palmer as a right winger, and yeah, he most likely drops into the attacking 8 position where Dewsbury-Hall is. From what I've seen, this is what Maresca's done as well a lot, and I actually agree. Everything he's done at Leicester, I agree with the style of players he had, and I would. From what he said he's not going to change his philosophy and his approach. He's already said that in an interview. I do believe him because
I mean,
that's
that
our
was
coach.
his philosophy and approach. It was the reason why we hired him in the first place. So why change?
Yeah, so he's not going to change that. So if he told us that he's not changing that, so he's not going to change that. So I'm going by that as well, and I actually 100% agree and back him on that as well. So yeah, definitely the fluid approach against low block teams are exactly like this, but against the better teams, it's not going to be like this.
Hmm. Let me ask you this: if the structure is 4-2-3-1, because you know he does play with the 4-2-3-1 structure, it probably will be Dewsbury-Hall in the number 10 role, while Enzo Fernández comes as one of the 2 6s, or maybe I think that's it. What do you think? Do you agree?
I actually don't expect him to play this formation hardly at all, to be honest. He
But you
played this
know he
formation
will.
at Leicester.
You know he
He
will.
played this very rarely, and when he did play it, he did have injuries. And let's not forget, he did not have the players at Leicester to back
So
up.
you're saying he didn't play it because he wanted to be, but he had to adjust to accommodate the
Correct.
players that came in place of
Correct.
those that were injured. Go ahead.
Exactly correct. So he needed to adjust to that because players available, injuries, suspensions, the whole lot. He didn't have the biggest squad at Leicester, so he needed to change for some games. I don't really see him doing this at Chelsea much. Like I said, might be very rarely on the occasion if you really need to, but I don't expect him to be playing 4-2-3-1 this formation much at all, to be honest.
Mm. Let me ask you this question again. I know you agree with me that Veiga is a good player. How soon do you think we'll see him? Because I think this position is his own. I think it's
Coach,
his
you got an
own.
obsession with Veiga. What's going
No,
on?
no, 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 no. In all honesty, going by the manager's preference of inverting fullbacks, and if he's going to do that on the left hand side, then Veiga is the perfect profile for him. He's excellent on the ball.
Yes.
He can defend very well. He's aggressive, reads the game very well. I think he's better than Cucurella and Chilwell. Those two, what they have over him is just experience.
That's a
And
big statement,
Kirsten,
coach.
a
That's a very
plus
big,
there
bold
also,
statement saying that he's better
mainly,
than Cucurella.
yeah, mainly at his former club, he played as a DM. But go ahead
Yeah, I
with
know,
what you were
coach, but
saying.
you can't say that he's better than Cucurella because Cucurella just won the European Championships.
Okay, okay. How about I'm asking you? Could say a futuristic question. How soon you think he takes his place? Because I think he owns this place, and I think Cucurella probably, as we've been hearing, if the club gets a sizable offer, they'd let him go. Probably mainly because of his salary. Not that he's a bad player.
I don't know. That's speculation. That's pure speculation. I have no
Mhm.
idea. I do not see Vega starting over Cucurella. You're not gonna start
No, not
Vega.
now. But how soon? When do you think he gets? He gets because I think that kid. I don't see if we send him out on loan, then probably we don't know what we're doing.
Coach, he's not going on loan. He's staying. The reason we sent Leslie Ugochukwu, who's going to go on loan, is because
And
Vega has come in. So he can
Santos.
play that DM role. Like I said, I think he's going to play DM quite a bit. He'll come in as a DM more, I think, than in the left back or inverted from the midfield, from the backs. That can be obviously the case, but let's not forget he's actually really a centre back. First of all, he's a left centre back. First of all, that's his main position, a left centre back. That's his preferred position from what I've read. That's his number one position that he likes to play. But yeah, at Basel he was changed into left
A
back,
DM.
inverting, and then DM as well. But
Probably to
he
utilize his passing range very well.
correct, yeah, and his physicality as well. So he's very versatile. He can play across everywhere. He'll be very well used and utilized. But I think he'll be a utility player for a while. Especially this first year, he'll be a utility player. I don't see him getting a starting position over Cucurella or anyone else in that midfield. I just don't see that at the moment for him. Look, he looks good. He looks very good. I know what you saw. Like I said, I checked him out for a good hour before I came on the show. I was watching quite a bit of his games and his highlights and everything. I love him how he plays the game. He's very good, but it's still a step up. The Premier League, the pace from Basel. In all due respect, it's a big step up.
It is indeed, but the kid doesn't look like the sort of person that would be phased by the size of the club he's joining and anything. I think he's
No,
well
because
equipped
he's
to do
probably
well.
already 30 years old. He's not really 20, but he'll still take some time to adjust and figure out the pace of the league. If one thing I did see on a lot of those highlights that I watched, he is very deceptive. He's very slow, but he's got very quick acceleration. But he will need to adapt. That will not work in the Premier League. He won't work going slow around the field and then just quick accelerate. He's going to need to be a bit more faster than that. He won't have that time to put tackles in that I saw. He sizes up his opponent. He from what I saw, he sizes up his opponent, looks at him, takes a while, and then he goes and attacks him. Now he's not going to have that. He's not going to have that freedom in the Premier League to do that. There's just not. You won't have that time. So I think it'll be quite a bit till he adjusts. It'll be quite a while. He'll be a great utility player, but it will be a while till he adjusts to the speed.
Yeah, and just quickly, Rich Money Maker, can we be please be cautious with the sort of language we use, especially I don't think it will come across, even if it's a joke. I don't think it comes across as a joke. I'm talking about this comment in particular. Be cautious, please. Please. I know you can do better than that. Anything else? Let's see. Even Kuchila. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Do you still think Broja will be sold? I think maybe possibly. He's saying he wants to stay. Broja needs to be sold, and I think he will be sold. Anything else to address here? Veiga will get found out at left back in the Premier League. The Swiss league is a slow paced league, but it's not a slow player. More importantly, I think his approach to the game, for me, is a good sign that he would do well in the Premier League. So now we have here, we've talked about Veiga, and I think you've also addressed how you think Romeo Lavia gets game time. But how about here? We have Noni Madueke in this position, and we don't know whether Angelo Gabriel starts. He likes to play on the right hand side because I don't think we're going to the season with just maybe with just Palma and Madueke. What do you think? What do you think, Dante?
Well, we're looking for another right winger. That's been made very clear. We're looking for a right-footed winger. We are going to buy
Why
one
not
more
give
winger.
was Angelo Gabriel a chance?
I think that could be even if he stays, coach, because if Palmer's going to play, like I said, mostly in that 8 position, attacking 8, then you need 2 wingers. You need 2 wingers, maybe even a third young winger. You need those wingers. So that could be a possibility. That's why we are looking at another winger, and we need a right-footed winger because all of them are left-footed that we have mostly. So we need a winger that's actually predominantly right-footed, so he can play right-footed on that right wing, but it can also play on the left wing with the right foot as well more. So it's been made clear by the club, by numerous tweets, by Fabrizio Romano. I was listening earlier. That is a priority. We are looking for a right-footed winger. That is a priority signing for us. So there will definitely be one more winger coming in.
So here, Mabas is saying, let me see what he says there. Mabas saying, I hate 4-2-3-1. The football becomes too boring on the X drama potch. I listen. That's what actually one of my favorite formations. I didn't say Veiga is a slow player. I said the Swiss league is no. I never said you said he's slow. I'm just reminding you that he's well equipped to do well in the Premier League, and that's my opinion. Angela at Cam, no. I think he's better
No.
off playing on the right hand side and then drifting inwards, taking shots and creating. But he's a fine creator too, and I think he can fulfill the 10 role. But we don't have space there. Isn't Angela being? But no, I don't think so. We bought him because we believe in his ability. If he proves he can represent Chelsea, he gets a chance. Watch this name, Desire Joe. Is that how you pronounce his name?
It's Desiree
Okay,
Doué,
and
and
okay.
yeah, Desiree
Breaking
Doué.
news: Chelsea contact Villarreal for Philip Jorgensen as a potential new goalkeeper via Fabrizio Romano. That's serious. That's
Yeah,
serious, really.
he's one of the names that was brought up. Yep.
The transfer is getting quite interesting already. Can you talk about Jorgensen? Do you like him? Is he good enough?
He's one of the ones that can play. That's not bad with his feet. So is one of the ones.
And can get
If I
better.
was
How
to
old is
choose,
he?
it'll be him. The one that I really like, Valles, that I said, the other Spanish goalkeeper, and then it'll be obviously the Leicester keeper, Hermansen. But it looks like the Leicester keeper, they've smashed a big price on him, a £45 million price tag on him. So I think that's why we've kind of maybe moving away from him, and then bringing this guy back up again. Because originally this Jorgensen was the one we were originally first looking at as a ball playing keeper. Him, Valles, and the other Danish at Leicester. So, yeah, any of those are obviously good ball playing, really good ball playing keepers. Obviously, Valles, for me, is personal opinion, because he's a left footer and a right footer. He plays with both feet, which is extremely rare in a goalkeeper. I would be going for him. But yeah, Jorgensen's a good shout as well. He's another ball playing keeper.
And you think if he comes in, I think he starts as the number one.
Oh, 100%. They're not buying him to not come start as the number one keeper.
Mm-hmm. Diego Muriela was bought for profit, in your opinion? That may well be the case. I don't know. But if he plays well and proves like he can do well, he gets a chance. Angeles 19 might be a good opportunity for him to play over Nani. Wow. Okay. Breaking news that there are meetings today about discussions of a new goalkeeper. Let's see. Discussions for a new goalkeeper. According to my contacts, my Twitter, I just want us to sign a new goalkeeper. I've always known that both goalkeepers, as good as we think each are irrespective of our preference over who starts for Chelsea, both aren't good enough. And I did say that on X or Twitter, if you prefer, about 2 weeks ago. I prefer Marcin Bolka over Villarreal than a Danish goalkeeper. Bolka, for me, I think maybe the fact that he's a Chelsea Academy graduate, maybe that fact is clouding clouding your judgment. I'm not sure. But we'll see. Jorgensen, not a bad shot, but I'll take Bolka over him. How about you, Dante? Will you take Bolka over Jorgensen?
No, I would not. No, bulky Bolka, I would not choose over Jorgensen. No, Bolka is very tall. He's very slow, and like I said, he's put on 20 kilograms since he was at Chelsea. So he's a big boy. He's quite slow on the ball, unfortunately. So no, I don't see him. There's no point buying him. He's a bit better than Sánchez, but there's no point buying him. That's a lot of fans, I think, just because he was an ex-Chelsea. I think. Like you said, that a bit of sentimental there, but I don't see him as a ball playing keeper. No.
Desire Duo is close to joining Strasbourg, and his father is his agent. Thank you for that information. We appreciate that. Anything else? Okay. I see you saying a report came out yesterday that their dad is waiting for Chelsea to make a move so they can have a big payout being under the same association. Yep. Wow. Okay. We have DJ in the house. DJ, big up to you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Still morning for me. I know it's afternoon for you. DJ, your thoughts on the lineup? Do you differ in any of the positions from Petrovic between the sticks? I'm quite sure you agree with that one, but I really would like us to sign another goalkeeper, and it's a good thing we're looking to sign one. Cucurella left back, 2 centre backs, Colwill, Tosin Adarabioyo, and James right back, Enzo Fernández, deep line playmaker there. You can still call it register. Caicedo left 8, right 8, Keenan Dewsbury-Hall. 3, you could call that left forward. It depends on the application. Jackson on the left, Palmer on the right, and then Nkunku central. Your opinion?
Yeah, big up Cucurella, big up
Big up to you. You joined late, DJ. You joined late. I know they say lateness is greatness, but go ahead, brother.
No, bruv, I'm working from home, so I've just thought I'm finishing within like 15 minutes now. So if I just jump on, doesn't really matter. I've got 15 minutes left of work, so
I
if
appreciate
I
you. I
just
was just
jump on and
kidding. I
say
know you
hi
know that.
and speak to you guys. Now, listen, it's a good lineup, mate. I can't change that. I can't think of anything to change on that at the moment. I think you put the centre backs. Is it Levi Corwell? Have you got Levi Corwell in there at all?
Yep, Levi Colwill here, and
A centre back.
Tosin. And
And so
Tosin
yeah,
here.
they're the two centre backs I'd go with. Is that Reece James on the right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
bear in mind, I would go with Reece James. Bear in mind, if he started the season, bear in mind, he is going to be suspended for 3 games. So you probably would have to put Gusto in there. But after that, I probably would say, yeah, I'd probably go with Reece James after that. The 3 midfielders, I could not disagree with on them 3 midfielders. And as for the front 3, yeah, it'll be more or less what I'd say for the front 3 as well. A good lineup, Cucurella. I mean, obviously, we still don't know what striker we're going to be bringing in before the end of the window. And what else we're going to be adding to the
rumors
squad.
are
But that team I would go with.
we're still looking to bring in a striker.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting one. Who that's going to be? But for the time being, I would probably go with that same team you put out there. I can't think of any change. Obviously, when Lavia is back, back fully again, I probably would then find a way of maybe finding him in that midfield position. But again, like Bobby said as well before, you've got to earn your position. And for me, if Lavia comes in, he'll have to warm the bench for a little while. If that midfield 3 does start well as it is, I probably would say that's the 3 you would start with. So for me, that's a good enough lineup, guys. I think that's a great lineup you guys have actually put out there. And let's see what happens between now and the end of the window, because obviously that can always change if we get a striker in or another goalkeeper.
Yeah, and something I want to say quickly, DJ. It wasn't just me. Somebody in the chat saw it. Where's that top from, DJ? So we need a review of the kit from you since you're wearing it. How good is it?
Oh God.
You have to review it for us. I think it looks good on you. And here's something I've said. I know Dante don't agree. The new kit, I've always told people that the issue was again, the leak didn't do the kit justice. I think the presentation was poor, but until we started seeing it on some players, better photo angle and all that, it started growing on people, and I think it will still grow on people. But let's, DJ, give us a review of that kit. Do you like it?
Oh, do I like it? Of course, yeah. I think it's probably. I probably think now I've got several of the kits. I'm going back kits, guys. I've got my kits from going back when I was a Chelsea fan from the 80s up until now. I haven't got the new kit yet.
That's the new kit, right? Let's be correct. Yeah, is that the new kit?
This one here now, it's not the new one. No. This one is going back to what was it under now?
It's Adidas, coach. Adidas.
Is that yeah. So it's Samsung back then. Is it Samsung Mobile we had back then? Yeah, Samsung. We had back when we that's how back the kit goes. So I've had that for quite a while, but I just keep them. Obviously I'm going to get rid of them. I just keep them. I think it's going back. God, if I'm going back probably. How long have you had it as now? Maybe 3 years now, 4 years now, something like that maybe. It goes under maybe when Carlo Ancelotti was our manager, maybe. That's going back further to that. I can remember I was over that looking, but yeah, new kit.
I don't remember the kit we wore under Carlo Ancelotti.
I think we had Adidas as our sponsors then as well, if I'm not mistaken. Going back to it, but yeah, the new kit now that's come out. I don't know what everyone's opinions are on it, but I saw Eden Hazard was the guy who actually did it for us. I don't know if you saw the whole kit that he did on the video they brought on the Chelsea web.
I think I like it.
Let's say it looks disgusting, whatever. I just think the way it probably won't appeal in the very beginning, but I think once people start getting to use the new kit, they'll get used to it. All it needs obviously is a sponsor. I don't think it's got a sponsor on it as it has it. So once that happens, I think the new kit will actually look quite nice. I don't know what your guys' takes on the new kit. I think the new kit's actually all right. I'm not going to lie.
I think it's good. I think it's good. I think just poor presentation was the problem, but I think people are it's starting to grow on people since the Eden Hazard promo plus all the excellent pictures that were taken with the players putting on the kit. But Dante, let's hear you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know whether your opinion of the new kit has changed.
You know my opinion very well, but anyway, yeah, it's
What is it,
grown
Dante?
on me,
Come and tell
coach.
us.
It's grown on me. It
It's
went
grown
from a
on you.
4 out of 10 to a 5 out of 10. It's grown on me.
Same
Yeah.
here. That's what I was like. I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
Sorry, Dante. Go on, bruv.
Yeah, it's going on me too. No, I think it's just a connection, shaky connection. And here, Julius Amoy saying Trevor Chalobah has not been taking training with the first, taking with the first team on the USA preseason tour as the club try and force the defender out of the club. Have they left for the US already?
Tomorrow they're leaving. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I think it is tomorrow.
So this news would so it'd be correct to say that this news is premature.
It could be because they would have the list, the plane tickets, and everything booked. So if he's not on that list, yeah. If someone saw that list, then yeah, it could be. Yes.
And I think we should stop again. Here's the thing. I know I'm not blaming you, Julius. I know you're just helping us with an update. I think if the manager feels like a certain player is surplus to requirement, then fine. But people will start asking questions if you let certain players go, and then we'll start struggling in that area. You'd have a lot of questions to answer. For instance, how Mauricio Pochettino treated Ian Maatsen, and he did very well for Dortmund get their run to the Champions League final. So if the manager says he doesn't want any player, I'm all for it. But if we lack numbers in that area and start struggling in that area, and now we don't have any other option given the departure of that player in particular, I start asking questions. I don't know. DJ, if you have anything to add to that, we'll be rounding off soon. You joined us late. As much as I always like to have you on the panel,
Yeah.
we have to round off soon, bro. But go ahead, DJ.
Nah, brother, it's cool. It's fine. Nah, listen. Until we know what the actual thing is, if that's updated news from Julius, big up to him if he's managed to get that information somehow or another. But hopefully that's not the case. I hope he does go with the Chelsea team. At least Maresca should at least look at him. At least in pre-season to see what he's going to do. I hope he stays. Personally, I've said this all along. I don't want to see him leave. But it depends. Hopefully that what he's just said is like hopefully that what he's just said there is wrong, and he does travel tomorrow with the rest of the squad.
Hashman for Chalobah. I wouldn't call it. Look, if the manager says a player is surplus requirement, that player is surplus requirement. It's as simple as that. No sentiments at all. But you're entitled to say that's the case. Chowski, the previous comment up there. Breaking news: there are meetings today about discussing a new goalkeeper. I think you've updated us on that before. We appreciate that. According to your contacts, at Rich Money Makers, okay, go follow him. Go follow Rich Money Makers on Twitter. I don't know. Let's see if anything new has emerged. I think we'll all agree on the lineup. I'm gonna go back to Twitter. Just give me 1 second here.
Coach, just on the Chalobah stuff. Yeah, just on Chalobah. I seen it on Twitter as well. It might be true. If that's the case, he's not going. He's probably close to leaving because they probably have an offer on the table. He might have accepted. They're not gonna. If someone's trying to buy him, they're not going to want him to go on the preseason and get injured, and neither would the club. So that could be a sign that, look, he's very close to exiting.
I'm seeing somebody in the chat saying Sánchez should go. Never that easy. He signed a 20-year contract. It's not going to be easy to let him go. It's not happening. Let me see. Looks like AD sent me another update. Let's look at it if there's anything important there. The news, okay, that Philip Jorgensen made more saves than any other goalkeeper in La Liga last season. That's good to know. More contacts between Manchester City and Julian Alvarez soon to discuss his situation as suspected. And this also exclusive Chelsea make initial approach for Villarreal goalkeeper Philip Jorgensen as potential new goalkeeper. Talks started on the player side. Wow, it's happening, people. It's happening. DJ is going to be happy because I read a lot of DJ Sarr's comments on Twitter. He was furious about the possibility of Sánchez starting as our goalkeeper. DJ, how happy does this make you? I think I like it. Felipe Jorgensen, I think Dante confirms that. He knows him better than I do. He said he do well.
Yeah, listen, Cucurella, I've got to that stage now, brother. I'm happy, don't get me wrong, but until he actually signs and he is actually holding up the Chelsea shirt, I'll say, yeah, brilliant, he signed. Yeah, because let's be real here. Fabrizio Romano has come out with so many stuff on Twitter so far, and majority, some of the stuff he's got so wrong. And I'm not knocking him. He's a number one journalist. I'm not knocking him, but he has got things wrong. So until I actually see him holding up the shirt and saying, yeah, we got a good goalkeeper. For me personally, if he's the one goalkeeper we're looking at, brilliant. If anything, to replace Sánchez, as long as Sánchez is not playing as number one, I don't care in that way, as long as he's not there. But for me, look, for myself, personally...
DJ is at war on Twitter, but go ahead, DJ.
No, bro. For me, on goalkeepers wise, I've already given the two choices I'd love to see come to Chelsea, but obviously we're not going to go for them because I'm understanding and reading from what on that same tweet that Fabrizio's put up there. There is no talk. There are no initial talks of Mamadashvili, who was my number one, who was like my second choice over Diogo Costa. I think he's going to come now. So they're the two goalkeepers I would have looked at, but obviously the one from who's the other one we were linked with? The one from Las Palmas. There was that goalkeeper as well, who's been mentioned. And then I saw Lunin. I saw Lunin yesterday from Real Madrid, another one that was linked with us as well. So there's, we don't know who it's going to be. Now today, it's this guy's turn to be linked with us. So as and when they sign Cucurella, then I'll be happy, brother. I'll be happy then when they say in the Chelsea, it's all been done and everything. But until then,
I understand where you're
it's
coming
just speculation,
from.
bro.
In terms of Mamadashvili, we've had that conversation. I think the biggest problem with him is that his ability on the ball is questionable. I don't think he's good enough in terms of his distribution.
It's not questionable, coach. It's not questionable. You're better on the ball than him.
Have you ever seen me play?
Oh, it's a mess. Is he that bad?
That's the way of saying good sucks.
Yeah, he's shocking. He doesn't hardly play. He's a great shot stopper, but he doesn't. That's not part of his game at all.
That's the biggest problem, and that was why Fabrizio Romano did say clearly, Mamadashvili isn't the sort of goalkeeper we're looking to sign. Yeah. And Valis, is that how you pronounce his name again? Valis, Alvaro Valis or Valles?
That's the one. From Las Palmas. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah.
He's the one I prefer. He's number one for me by far.
Really?
Yeah, he's good.
All right.
But him or Diogo Costa?
Oh, Diogo Costa probably too expensive for us.
Not happening.
I would take
DJ,
him.
sorry.
And DJ, I have to give you credit. I didn't know he was. But I'm not going to go to the extent of saying he's excellent on the ball. I didn't know he was good on the ball until you started arguing that on the panel here. I used to question his ability on the ball, but over time I've come to realize, he's actually good on the ball, and probably will do a lot more
is a bit
on
short.
the ball
That's
if the manager demands he does so. Go ahead.
Who are you talking about? Oh, Diogo Costa.
Diogo Costa, yeah.
A little bit short,
sorry,
Costa.
okay.
That's in 6'1". Yeah. He's a bit short.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
And the price, of course, DJ. We're not paying £60 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big. Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to talk about before we call it a day?
No, bruv. I just wanted to come and catch up with you guys. It's been a while, so I thought I'd just come and catch on. Because you've not done some streams in a while. I know you've only been back recently, ain't you?
Yep, and I appreciate it.
I thought I'd just catch up with some of the streams that you're on. Hopefully I'll come back on again.
Yeah. And I'm in the process of doing the same thing you just finished doing. We'll talk more. I will let you know. Dante knows I've explained to him because I trust him, but I'll let you know too. I trust you too. Behind the scenes. I'm not gonna say it here, DJ. Yeah. So I want to say thank you to DJ for finding the time to join us on the panel here. Dante, or do you have anything else to say?
No, I'm all good. Well, let's finish up with nearly 4 hours. I think that's enough.
That's enough, really.
Wow.
We've been swimming, and DJ kept us even more because he joined late. So I want to say thank you to DJ Sue for finding the time to join us on the
Big
panel.
up.
Thank you to
Thanks,
Bobby,
guys.
and thank you to Constantine Dunn too, as usual, the captain of the house. Thank you, Mabas05, my Iraqi bro. Thank you, the PR person of the H Blaze and Chimera. We appreciate you. And Ade, is that how you pronounce them? Mr. Bright, we appreciate you. Who else was here? Chelsea, thank you so much for the excellent contributions in the chat. Jude, the CEO of Chelsea FC Jingles, was here, and Rich Money Makers and everyone that's in the chat. I appreciate you all. And if I missed your name, apologies. Thank you so much for joining us. God bless us all, and cheers.
Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, la, 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, la, 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 la. I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, la, 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 la. And I'm up again.